mark selected. Okay, friends, are we ready? Let's get underway with this, shall we? We are once again live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, getting ready to embark upon another one of our Slant Alpha adventures, and I do thank you for joining us for it. In the sim, we are in Chicago, Illinois, Chicago O'Hare. We're going to visit 3 airports tonight that I really don't spend a lot of time at in the sim. We're going to start here at O'Hare International Airport. Our stopover is going to be Columbus, Ohio. Should have a friend of the stream working ground there. We'll see if that holds up. I know that was the plan. We'll see. Fingers crossed that panned out the way it was supposed to have. And then we're going to end the night at John F. Kennedy International Airport. Now, Columbus is an airport I don't visit a lot just because I just don't tend to pass that way a lot. O'Hare and Kennedy I avoid consciously. Massive sprawling airports, especially O'Hare. You know, it's undergone so many configuration changes in the last 10 to 15 years, and it's got so many different versions of scenery in the sim. It can be cumbersome to navigate just on its own, but then on VATSIM, when you're dealing with controllers and pilots who may not all have the same version of the layout, then it just gets even more confusing. So I tend kind of to stick away from it for, in recent times. And it's, it's, like I said, it's just one of these big sprawling airports as well. Kennedy kind of the same way, although it hasn't undergone all the recent changes. But Kennedy's not quite as bad. O'Hare is just, like I said, because it's gone such just a complete upheaval in terms of its layout in recent times, it tends to just be difficult to get around in on VATSIM sometimes. The controllers do a great job, and O'Hare is one of the busiest airports in the country, in the world, really. And it's one of the busiest airports on VATSIM, and the controllers all do a fantastic job of getting traffic in and out of here. The event tonight is based in Ohio, and it's sponsored by the Indianapolis and Cleveland ARTCCs. It's just the banner just flashed by a second ago. Normally when you pull up VATUSA.net, if you want to see the events that are on the network within VATUSA, VATUSA.net's the place to go, and ordinarily the one that is happening first and foremost is going to be one of the ones that comes up first right on the home page here. But if you ever want to see what events are happening within the division, you can go under Pilot Tools and Events Calendar. You can choose the day that you're going to be interested in, and today it's called Things to Do in Ohio. We got the Air Force Museum, we got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, we got Cedar Point and Sandusky, we got Hocking Hills, we got Cuyahoga Valley, and of course, things to do in Ohio. The old joke as it goes is you can always leave it. Well, we are going to leave it, but we're going to arrive in it first. They are featuring, by the way, Cleveland, Hopkins. They're featuring Columbus, which is where we're going to make our stopover. They're featuring Akron, and they're featuring Dayton, all staffed up on the VATSIM network. And as a matter of fact, if we look at VATSIM radar, we can see Cleveland and Indianapolis centers all pretty well staffed up. A bunch of local and TRACON service available as well. And then, of course, the neighboring ARTCCs often staff up for Friday night ops events. So you do see that we've got Chicago Center. We've got, what is this? Not Toronto, the one west of it. I'm blanking. Not Montreal's east of it. No, this is Toronto. Yeah, Toronto Center. Boston over here to the east. We got New York Center's on. Our colleagues in Washington, D.C., the Washington Center and Potomac Approach is on. We've got Memphis down to the south. Oh, did they just leave, or did I just bump something on VAT glasses? They might be resetting their connection or something like that. That's weird. That was weird timing like that. But then Atlanta on to the south of Indianapolis as well. So all the local controllers are still on. I think the center might be just like in a shift change or something. That's just weird timing like that. I don't think they planned to hop off. Approach is still on. Chicago Center is still listed in VAT and vPilot, so maybe if we refresh this, it'll show that it's there. Yeah, okay. I think I might have just bumped something in terms of the way it's displayed. I don't think they really actually left. But anyway, we're on. We've actually even got our pre-departure clearance already. If you came on at the very beginning of the title roll, you heard us receive that message over here. Chicago to Columbus. This is the route exactly as we filed it. 230. Here's a squawk code. Maintain 5,000 feet. Expect 230. Runway 10 left at Delta Delta. I didn't catch that, so I'll put that in my planning spreadsheet. 10 left at Delta Delta as our expected departure runway. Got our departure frequency. Maintain 250 until advised. This is the one. This is on the O'Hare. Is it the O'Hare 9 still? If we come up over here and we look at the, we got the airport diagram, and then it's the O'Hare 9 departure. It's the only departure that procedure that Chicago has at O'Hare. It's literally it's a radar vector departure, so there's not much to it. It just says, you know, signed heading, maintain 5,000. You do have to cross 3,000 or above by the time you're 5.5 miles out. And 4,000 or above when you're 8.5 miles out, and that's just to make sure that you stay within the Bravo airspace and don't get tangled up with any VFR traffic below the shelves there. But the one thing that tends to catch a lot of people out, and myself included, I have messed this up many, many times. All turbojet departures in all directions maintain 250 knots until advised by ATC. Now, your FMC in the U.S. is almost always going to do that automatically below 10,000. Once you exceed 10,000 feet, almost always it's going to kick it up to your econ climb speed is, depending on what cost index you set. For us, tends to be around 320 knots or thereabouts. Sometimes if you put in a lower cost index, it's a little bit slower. But yeah, it tends to be somewhere in that range of 300 knots plus above 10,000, and that's normally fine. But this is one of those cases. It's 250 knots until advised, even when you pass 10,000. So this is something that normally requires manual intervention, and typically when I'm flying, you know, a 737 NG out of here, I will almost always forget to do that. The very first thing that you hear when you get transferred from a departure control into center control is, you know, Southwest 514, Chicago Center, resume normal speed. And half the time I'm like, oh yeah, resume normal speed, Southwest 514. Good thing you told us that, because that's what we're already doing. Now in the BAe-146, which is what we're flying today, that won't be a problem, since 250 knots all the way up to cruise is kind of our normal climb speed. Even passing 10,000, I don't normally accelerate this aircraft. I normally keep the 250 all the way up, so won't be a problem for us today. But if you're ever flying a much more modern jet out of Chicago O'Hare, and it's going to have that tendency to increase the speed passing 10,000 as one normally expects to happen in the U.S., just keep in mind, this is one of those places where you got to take that extra step of manually intervening on the speed and keeping it at 250, even as you pass 10, until you're told otherwise. We're interventing new words today, apparently. All right, well, let's get into the aircraft, guys. Pile on in, and let's get this thing underway. And we've got this funny thing where the zero fuel weight's reading, well, I mean, we can lower the passenger load and the cargo load a little bit, but I've had some weird things with the weights in this aircraft lately. This is another stream where it started up in not a cold and dark state when I first got into the sim, and we then selected cold and dark in tablet and hopefully got everything reset properly, but we'll see what happens. We'll adjust the weights to not quite full capacity. We're not carrying quite a full fuel load for these two trips today, so we'll see how it goes. But let me get over to my my flow list, and then we'll get underway here. All right, chocks. Let's get forward passenger door. Oh, open. I accidentally double-clicked that. Cargo and cargo there. And we'll go ahead and start powering up. Batteries and nav lights can come on. That's I've got that on the yoke. Then we'll go up top here. We can get the logo lights on. We can get the no smoking lights on. We'll get the cabin emergency lights armed. Avionics masters, that's all up here. times 5. Got the brake fans to auto, so we'll just turn that switch up twice there. Get the anti-skid system on. It'll still show in-op until we've got electrical power to it, but we should go ahead and throw the switch now. And then the lift spoiler systems, yellow and green, we'll go ahead and get those on. We'll jump down to the bottom half of the panel here, and we'll continue powering up. Oh, one thing I wanted to do, let's make sure, live. Let's go to custom. I want live weather, yes, but I want to start it just after 3 p.m. I do like to keep it daylight time throughout my flying. I just find flying at night boring. So we will set it to a few hours ago. What's it, 18 after the hour? So we'll set it at 3:18, 3:16, close enough. Okay, so there we go. We've got daylight for now, and then we'll be landing kind of right at the golden hour when we get to New York. Anyway, what else? Where did I leave off here? We switch down to the bottom panel, and we can get the bus ties. Bus ties were already on. This is going to be another one of those streams where a lot of stuff is just already... It's going to be in positions that I didn't leave it in. So yeah, left inner fuel pump can come on. Center tank transfer can go to auto. Let's go ahead and get the APU started. And we'll wait for that to spool up while we take care of one undocumented checklist item. Psychic Taco is here. Well, first of all, Iowa Scotsman stopped in. Psychic Taco says, OSU territory? How unfortunate. Go blue, have a good flight. Yeah, as a University of Maryland alum, I guess I'm supposed to hate Ohio State too, but, you know, Maryland, this will forever be in the ACC to me. I will always carry my unbridled hatred for the other ACC schools, Duke and North Carolina, rather than any of the Big Ten. That's just how it was. It's how it was raised, folks. It's how it was raised. Here's one thing I always wondered, though. Ohio State makes a very big deal out of the fact that their official name is the Ohio State University. They always stress that. The Ohio State University. Okay, well then why is your domain osu.edu and not tosu.edu, huh? Riddle me that there, Batman. Anyway, we got the APU on. We got okay, power available. APU gen can come on. There we go. We'll get the pack one on. APU air. I guess we need to run that pack with something, right? There we go. Galley switch can come on. Galley switch is down there somewhere. There we are. And then the flight deck emergency lights can go to armed. Alright, so I think that sets us up for now. The rest of the stuff, yeah, all that stuff should be on. Everything here should be off. Yeah, I guess everything here is where it's supposed to be. Iowa Scotsman jumping on the hating OSU bandwagon. I guess it's trendy. It's the trendy place to hate, right? The master warning knob's already out. We're good there. Let's go ahead and power up the nav radios 1 and 2. We got the DME radio on this side. We can go ahead and power that up. And then we can jump down here to the center console. We're going to power up COM 1, COM 2, ADF 1, ADF 2, and then what the Airbus would call these MCDUs, or I guess Boeing just calls them CDUs generically, whatever. The data entry units for the flight management computer, flight management system. You've got 2 of them, but it's not really correct to say you've got 2 FMCs or 2 FMSs. You have one flight management computer, one flight management system. You've just got 2 different entry terminals for it, to say it kind of properly at least. Let's put this in. Let's put the menu over here. We'll put the menu on both sides for now. Let's see. Yeah, so that's all we'll do for right now. We'll go ahead and get the brake temp monitor on. Yaw damper power can come on. And I guess that is it. Let's go ahead and start our boarding. Let's hop back over to the terminal. Again, it's warning us... yeah, there we go. It's warning us about the zero fuel weight. I always like to set this at about 80 passengers. It's going to make me... Okay. Can I type there? I thought I used to be able to type a number there. Is it... Okay. So there used to be like a little on-screen... Used to be like a little on-screen keypad that would come up for this. Is it going to make me just do it all with the minus sign? That's annoying. Okay, so if I click rapidly, it changes it a lot. I like around 2400, by the way, so we'll just... That's almost a 2319. I know Kenny's not here yet. He probably will be at some point. Okay, well there you go. Those are close. I like 2400, 2400. That's pretty close. And then fuel 7750 per tank is what we had planned on. It's why? What is this weird increments? Did I hit an option somewhere that takes away my little keypad? I don't know what happened here. Okay, that's going to have to be close enough. So 8,000 would be 16 minus 90. So 15, 9, 10, 15, 8, 31 is what I'm starting with. Okay. Sure. Let's start refueling. Let's make that instant. And then let's start boarding. We'll increase this. And then we'll decrease this. And then we'll start boarding, but we'll do that 10 minutes. And it is kind of nice that the jetway comes over now. That's a relatively new feature. But anyway, alright, so we'll get back to our flow list here. So we got the 10-minute boarding set up. We've got our ATIS, and maybe we can refresh and make sure it's the most recent one. Yeah, still information India. 2970 is the altimeter. Set that 3 times across the board here. 2970. $29.70. And $29.70 one more time. Field elevation is 680 feet, and that's very, very close to what's showing on the altimeter, so we'll go ahead and say that everything is good there. Comm radios, let's see, who do we got? We got ground on 21.9er. Let's make sure we're transmitting and receiving on COM 2. Ground on 21.9er. Tower. Tower might be on 1 of 2. I'm not sure. Well, we're departing 10 left, I think it said. So 10 left, is that going to be North Tower or South Tower? I assume that's 10 left. Yeah, I would have been wrong. That looks like it's probably South Tower. So South Tower is 20.75. So we'll have that tuned in here. And then departures 19.0 is what was in our clearance. I believe. Let's double check. 19.0. Alright, comm radios are set. We don't need to obtain our clearance because we've already gotten that. And the next thing to do is just go ahead and enter it into the boxes here. So let's go flight plan. Our origin is KORD. Enter. Accept. We'll go on the menu. We'll go on to the departures. It's just the O'Hare 9. It's going to be runway 10 left. So that's choice number 7. We'll enter. There's no SIDS. We'll go ahead and put that into the flight plan. The route goes to Mobile, M-O-B-L-E. M-O-B-L-E. Whoops, that goes here. And enter. Accept. And that is where we're going to be pointed to. ADIME is the next one. That's what we're going to be pointed to in the box, but we'll have to start in heading mode rather than nav mode so that we don't turn toward that before we're told to. SO2, SEWTO. That's the next one. Foix. Fort Wayne. Foix. It's like a 9-year-old saying, pretending he's doing karate. Foix, foix. And then Bryan, B-R-Y-E-N, and the Dublin 1, but that goes into Columbus. So we can go KCMH, enter, accept. Do we know? Can we just take a guess at which runway we're going to get there and put in the landing east or west? We got 2 parallels. They're landing 28 left and 28 right. If we're coming from north, I expect we'll do a right downwind to 28 right, but that may or may not be the way their airspace works. We'll just put it in as our best guess for right now. So we'll go under menu, arrive. Runway will be 28 right. From the Dublin 1, enter. From Bryan, enter. And then we'll just assume the ILS 28 right. And then let's see if the Dublin
Chicago ground, WAC 262, request push.
WAC 262, O'Hare ground push back, set your own request, call ring ready for taxi.
We'll call ready for taxi.
So the Dublin 28 left and 28 right comes off of this point T's, and so we'll see then if there's a T's transition onto the approach. May or may not be. No, but if we're coming from the north, it looks like maybe Appleton VOR kind of gets us on a feeder. So, we'll maybe just put that in. And it may or may not be related to what we end up getting when we get there, but that's fine. Make adjustments as necessary. But for right now, that's our best guess. We can go ahead with the flight plan on that side and nav on that side, and we are indeed direct to mobile for the moment. So the initial altitude, 5,000. We're going to get that set and armed. In order to arm that, we're going to, jump down a couple hundred there right at the last minute. In order to arm that, we're going to need to get flight directors on.
We have information India on board and ready for taxi.
Arm that, and then we did say we don't know what heading. It's just going to be whatever heading they assign.
Echo heavy.
So
hello.
fly it.
Runway
Heading on
right.
departure. Expect to initially fly runway
left,
heading, so that's what we'll expect. It is 094
right via Kilo and
is the
Lufthansa 25 Echo.
runway heading, so we'll
Lufthansa 25 Echo
plan on that.
left on Kilo, then right on Zulu.
Just right there.
And hold short 25 right.
Let's make sure we're in RNAV
right.
mode on these.
Let's Kilo then to the Lufthansa 25 Echo. Thanks for the clarification.
And Yeah, so we're
O'Hare
all set
ground,
there.
Waxy 62 raised.
Squawk was 6247. We can get that punched in.
10 left to Delta Delta taxi via
It's down here.
Golf Golf. Right November, then Delta Delta.
6247, and we'll put it into transponder mode.
10 left, Delta Delta, Golf Golf.
Heading, autopilot
Right,
mode.
November, Delta Delta, Waxy 62.
RNAV, we got flight directors on, initial altitude, initial heading. Alright, well, the next thing we're doing is waiting for, we got Tim Dog here with a watch streak, and Skippy NLD with the follow. Thank you so kindly for that, Skippy. Good to make your acquaintance. Man, we got another 2 minutes. Hold on 1 second, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, sorry about that. Glad you didn't have to hear that, but sorry that you had to see it. Skippy, yes, I'm good. Thank you kindly. Appreciate you being here. We've still got a couple minutes before we are done boarding. I guess the other thing I can tell you while we're waiting for our last handful of passengers to get on, we can request our pushback. We know that we're going to be, we're kind of in this alleyway here, so we know we're going to be pushing back to face south. So we'll get that set up. And ready to go. And then, of course, I can always show you our slant artwork adventure for the evening as well.
Good evening, United 1502.
So we'll go ahead and get ready to,
Cleveland file.
off of Hotel 8 to right
I
there.
have no flight plan on file for you.
Enter.
Just be advised about that.
We'll go ahead and
Alright,
request
we'll
our
check with the
pushback,
company
but we're not
and,
going to
we'll get
move just yet. Does appear that this ramp area is not part of air traffic control responsibility, so we'll plan to go ahead and start our push as soon as we're ready to. Since we still got just a couple minutes, I'll take a quick moment to show you our slant artwork adventure for the day. Our slant artwork adventure. This is a side project that we do. We feed an image description into ChatGPT to have it create them an image that's roughly representative of what we're doing on any particular evening. So tonight, since we're heading to Ohio, I figured me and the Furry co-pilots would take a stopover at Cedar Point. Now, that's north of Columbus by a little bit. It's up on the lakefront. But yeah, me and the pups at Cedar Point. So there's our slant artwork adventure. And now, if you want to get in on the action by making a request to add to that image or modify that image, you can cash in 500 of your Twitch channel points, aka your alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once you've done that, that'll be my cue to shout at you and find out what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. And of course, talking a few words or a simple sentence, not a paragraph. But that would be how you get in on that action. A Psychic Taco wants to start that off today. Psychic, go ahead and tell me what you'd like to do. Meanwhile, I'm going to continue to get the aircraft moving. We got to add Brutus Buckeye to the rear row. Okay, we'll do that. We'll work on that. Let me get the aircraft set up. Maybe we'll grab that request on the taxi out, Psychic Taco.
United 1502, verify you received your PDC.
Yeah, we got the PDC for 1502. Thanks.
Okay, let's verify that we've got brake pressure. We can remove the wheel chocks. Go Bucks! There's about to be a sports rumble in the channel. We were kind of anti-Buck earlier, Tim Dog, so you'll have to balance it out for us. Wheel chocks removed. Let's go ahead and get the trim set. We can just click on the center of gravity. We should see the wheel turn there at the bottom of the screen, and it does. And we'll go ahead and grab our oxygen systems 1 and 2. We can get the fasten seatbelt lights on. We'll come up top and set our pressurization. We're cruising just at, 23,000 for this first one, right? Yeah, 23. A little bit of a shorter one, and then we have a little bit of a longer one on leg 2. So there's 23,000. Cabin altitude is going to sit there right at 5,000 feet for that, as it appears. The ice detection switch can come on and guarded, and we'll turn on the engine anti-icing just for the startup sequence. Down here, we'll get the TMS set. What was the... Okay, so the temperature 17. Oh, it's already set to that. That's good. We'll go ahead and I think we're going to start it at 720 rather than 820. We'll go ahead and power that up, put it up into takeoff mode, and then we will set our takeoff bugs for 18, flaps 18 departure. All right, so we have a quick briefing. Well, we do have some precipitation at our destination. Looks like we've got light winds, low pressure though, some unstable air. Yeah, we might have some turbulence. We've got a couple cloud layers and low pressure, so we might have a little bit of turbulence on the way. We'll have to let our passengers know that. Okay, here we go. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard American Eagle Flight 5514 service to Columbus, Ohio. We're going to be pushing back from the gate here momentarily. Scheduled to do that 3 minutes ago, but we'll get underway just as shortly as possible. Wheels up time scheduled to be quarter till the hour, and if we're up by 5 or 10 till the hour, we'll be mostly on time for you today. Flight time once we're airborne, 55 minutes, and we'll be cruising for you at 23,000 feet out to Columbus. Weather at our origin is slightly unfavorable. We do have kind of low pressure. We've got some cloud layers to climb through. So slightly unstable air, and we do expect that there might be just a little bit of turbulence as we climb through those cloud layers, but hopefully once we get up to 23,000, we'll find some nice, smooth air to cruise for you in. And I hope that you have a good flight with us today here on American Eagle Flight 5514 service to Columbus. All right, we got the tug requested. We got the beacon light on. We can get the pack number 1 off. The remaining fuel pumps can come on. We can get the start master on, start selector on number 4. Let us take a quick peek outside the cockpit and make sure that we're not about to push into anyone. There is somebody back there a little ways, but looks like we're good to go from here for at least right now. So we will release our parking brake and our hold, and we will start getting the number 4 powered up. Okay, we see 2% almost here in terms of the fan speed. I guess is that the fan speed? The fan speed's down here. This is the turbine speed, I suppose. That gets up to 2%. We'll go ahead and get fuel introduced, and so that number 4 is out of cutoff. And then once it gets through about 10, it starts to surge up. Once it hits about 13, the red light goes off.
Contact tower 120, yeah, 120.75. You have a safe flight.
Over the tower, thank you, X62.
Okay, number 4 is up and running. Number 3 is turning. We got the parking brake reset, and we're done with that. We get to 2%. We'll get the fuel introduced. We'll watch the stick come out of cutoff here in the sim as I do that. There we are. There's a little bit of fuel we can dump in as well. Once that gets through 10, it'll start to surge up. Hits 13, red light goes out. There we are. Okay, while we're looking at that, as we come out of this ramp, we're going to come out near Alpha 10, and it's going to be Alpha down to Delta Delta. Can I help you, help you, help you? And then we'll head off to the east. I'm not sure if we'll get Alpha down there, or if they'll give us Bravo or November, but at any rate, it would seem that one of those westbound parallels to Delta Delta is where we will be sent. It's a 13,000-foot runway. The reason they do the intersection there is it allows Charlie Charlie to be a taxi route off or on or somehow. I forget why the reason is, but they normally use taxiing across that either on Zulu or Charlie Charlie. So they typically launch you from Delta Delta there in order to facilitate that. You know, they spend all that money to revamp this entire airport layout, and they still have to fudge it to make it work properly for them. Shatter Majors here says, I need to fly this plane again. I haven't in forever. Yeah, it's a wonderful plane. I typically don't fly it at O'Hare, though. Chart looks like just a bunch of jumbled letters for a CAPTCHA check. Yeah, indeed, right? And I would fail it.
Cabin is secure.
Alright, thank you. Alright, once it gets through 10, it'll start surging up to 13. Alright, there we go. Start selector off. Start master off. Anti-icing off. Gens on. Screen and probe heats on. Packs on. PTU, yeah, hydraulic pumps on. And then the PTU and AC pumps on as well. I think I got everything there, did I? Alright, master warning is going to be disengaged. Cancel the warning there. Parking brake can come off. We still have something on a warning there. Electrical, did I forget to turn something on? I forget to turn the gens on. Okay, that should do it then. Yep, all warnings are extinguished. Let's go ahead and get flaps. Get our control check. There's no gauge to check the elevators or the rudders, which is somebody outside would give us a thumbs up, I suppose. And then as the plane gets into flaps 18, config check passes. Okay. Guess we're ready. Let's see if it is still information India. Yeah, it is. Okay, so nothing's changed. Overground Brickyard 5514 is off of Hotel 8 with India ready to go.
Brickyard 5514, O'Hare ground runway 10 left at Delta Delta, taxi by Alpha 10, right November, Delta Delta.
Alright, Alpha 10, right November, and then Delta Delta to runway 10 left at Delta Delta, Brickyard 5514. Okay, taxi light's going to come on, so they want us a right November. So that means not the first right, not the second right, but the third right. Oh, well, I had the right of way. Anybody get the tag number? At least it wasn't a bakery truck. So there's Bravo. Yeah, or a fire truck. Well, yeah. People got hurt in that one. I try not to reference the ones that people got hurt in. Alright, so west on November. We're going to run down a ways. Shatter Major says, I had a fire truck cut me off. Oh, yeah, you did say fuel truck. Fuel truck cut me off in real life. That was a moment, yeah? I expect it happens. That's where you need the horn. Beep! You have to beep angrily at them. I always loved it, so I drove big vehicles with air brakes. And I always loved it when I had to stop short behind somebody. You can literally make the vehicle emit an exasperated sigh at them. Like, it really just drives the point home, you know. What do I want to do? Let's get the weather radar on. And then we'll go TARA, cabin crew, continuous ignition, and lights. Alright, so where are we? Gotta make sure we don't overshoot Delta Delta here. Sierra Sierra now. Oh, where's Sierra Sierra? Sierra Sierra comes off to the right. Did I pass it? Yeah, hang on, man. I gotta I gotta figure out where I am.
Good evening, American 378 information in the push start.
Last station calling, say again your call sign.
American 1078.
Oh, American 1078.
That says November 1.
Call me ready for taxi short of Alpha.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be the next left.
Short of Alpha for American 1078.
Okay, so if that was November 1 off to our left, it's going to be the next one down. Yeah, so Scattermage says, yeah, the marshal and I just stopped and looked at each other like, did that just happen? Well, of course it did.
Ground, Delta
Of course it did.
MSA 320, requesting change of runway.
Delta 124, say again your request was unreadable.
Delta 124, requesting runway 10 left for departure.
Delta 124, I'll have to get back to you on that. Just stand by. Brickyard 5514, contact tower 120.75. Get safe flight by. Tell your Twitch viewers O'Hare Ground says hi.
20.75, and they say hello back. Thanks for the service. Brickyard 5514, we'll see you. O'Hare Tower, Brickyard 5514 is rolling up at Delta Delta, ready to go.
Brickyard 5514, O'Hare Tower, hold short runway 10 left at Delta Delta, waiting release.
Alright, we'll hold short, 5514. Alright, so taxi lights off. Get the TA and RA on. Continuous ignition on. Go ahead and alert our cabin crew. They've already done the cabin secure thing, so that's just going to stay like that. So we'll just go ahead and cancel it. And then the last thing to do is brakes. I mean, lights, rather. So, Psychic Taco, there's Brutus right behind us in the roller coaster there at Cedar Point, me and the pups. Guys, when I get in on our slant artwork adventure, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, right there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once I call your name, get a moment on the stream to catch up with you. You can let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. Alright, taxi lights off as we're holding short. Once we get cleared onto the...
5514, expect a 5-minute delay.
Okay, we can chill for 5 minutes. Brick at 5514. But once we get cleared onto the runway, we would activate the strobe lights. And then once we get cleared to take off, we would get the forward-facing lights up and running, and that would include this switch here, the... turn off lights. They never did get that on a switch down here on the honeycomb. Yeah, but as we were mentioning before, now it's not going to apply to us, since in this aircraft I climb at 250 knots all the way up to cruise anyway. But this is the key. We were talking about this before, but I'll say it again. When you depart on the O'Hare 9, and the same thing happens on the Midway, whatever the Midway departure is on. This is a radar vector departure, so you literally just fly. It says expect to initially fly runway heading, so you don't turn toward your fix until you're told to. But the key thing here is this one here. All turbojet departures in all directions maintain 250 knots until advised by ATC. Well, that's normal. That's the normal speed below 10,000. Here's the catch, though, is... above 10,000, you ordinarily would say, okay, well, I'm above 10 now, I can accelerate. And if you're flying in a modern jet, typically it's going to automatically accelerate once you pass 10,000. But this notice applies until advised by ATC, so that includes after you've climbed over 10,000 feet. You still have to keep 250 knots in. Now, like I said, in this aircraft, we're going to do that anyway. But in your modern Airbuses, your modern Boeings, you as the pilot are going to have to manually intervene and keep that speed going at 250 knots until you're told higher. And what ordinarily happens is that the very first thing that the center controller tells you after you get handed to center from departure, the very first thing they'll tell you is resume normal speed. And as I mentioned before, but I'll tell the story again, a lot of times coming out here in the PMDG 737, I'm watching the plane, accelerate from 250 to 320 as we, climb through 10, and it automatically kicks up, and we're getting to our calculated econ climb speed. And center says, Southwest 514, Chicago Center, good evening. Resume normal speed. And I'm watching the speed surge up through 300 knots. I'm like, oh, okay, resume normal speed. We'll do that. That's Southwest 514. Thanks. But if you want to be ahead of the game, don't kick it up from 250 until you're told to. And then that a lot of times in the modern Airbuses, modern Boeings, you actually just have to manually intervene in order to make it not kick that speed up. Yes, say airspeed. That's when you know you've been busted. Say airspeed. And the correct response is returning to 250. Sorry, let me clarify. The correct response is with the push to talk not held, F word, and then with the push to talk held, returning to 250, Southwest 514. Alright, so our chart, our scheduling, our internal scheduling had us wheels up at standby. Oh, yeah, the standby indicator. Thank you.
Brickyard 5514, turn right heading 110, runway 10 left at Delta Delta, cleared for takeoff.
Alright, 110 and 10 left at Delta Delta, clear for takeoff, Brickyard 5514. Alright, so strobes are coming on, landing lights are coming on, turn off lights are coming on. Come on, there we go. And then the heading to 110. So there. Oh. Alright, then are we still in takeoff mode here? Yeah, we are. Okay, we'll advance the throttles, no warnings, no vibrations. Takeoff power coming out.
TMS set to takeoff.
Okay, we'll push a little forward pressure onto the yoke to pin the nose wheel down until we get the rudder authority. Once we get that 80 knot call, we'll release that.
80 knots cross-checked.
There we go, now we can release that forward pressure. We're steering with the rudder. Ever so slightly, hopefully.
V1. Rotate.
Okay, rotating.
V2. Positive rate of climb. Gear.
Gears coming up. Yeah, we occasionally get those spurious TCAS warnings in this aircraft. So we're going to pitch to maintain the bubble speed until we get to 1,000. We can go ahead and start the right turn. Ooh, really laggy. Okay. Roll out manually on the heading. Okay, there's 1,000, so we'll lower the nose. We'll let the speed pick up.
1,000.
Max continuous thrust. Pitch to maintain the...
Brickyard 5514, contact Chicago departure 119.0. Good day.
Alright, 19-0, Brickyard 5514, we'll see you. Okay, let's get the... capture a vertical speed here. Autopilot on. And switch to park.
VFTO, safe height speed.
Okay, flaps come in. Chicago departure, Brickyard 5514, it's 2,700 going to 5,000.
Brickyard 5514, Chicago departure, radar contact, climb maintain, 15,000 direct mobile.
Direct mobile and 15,000, Brickyard 5514.
Southwest 331, contact Chicago Center, 1...
We're direct to 15,000 and we'll increase our speed to mobile. Okay, let's capture the initial, the indicated airspeed, and then let's get direct to mobile. Direct to mobile, enter, and LNAV. Okay, indicated airspeed at 250. It seems to be automatically pitching to maintain that for us. We got the gear up, got the flaps up. Got 15,000 set. Pitch to the speed. And even when we're told to resume normal speed, we'll keep the 250. We can, now that we're airborne, we can get the engine air on. APU off, or APU air off, and then the APU off, and then up top we'll get the PTU and AC pumps off.
Brickyard 5414, contact Chicago Center, 134.87.
3487, Brickyard 5514. He didn't get my call sign exactly right, but I knew he meant me.
1215 cross Boone at 11000. Cross Boone at 11000.
Chicago Center, Brickyard 5514, it's 8,000 for 15,000.
Brickyard 5514, Chicago Center, climb and maintain flight level 230, resume normal speed.
Flight level 230, resume normal speed. Just for your planning purposes, our normal speed is 250 all the way up.
Perfect. Delta 2661, permission, double wave from cockpit, copying it. Delta 2661 approved, let me know when you're back.
We do have some ice detection, so we're going to get the anti-icing systems on. The continuous ignition I accidentally left on, but we'll leave that on during the anti-icing anyway. We are through 10,000, so we don't speed up here in this aircraft, but we can turn off the forward-facing lights at the very least.
Skyline 3995, contact Milwaukee at Bird 418.0. 18 nothing.
The other thing you do at 10 is you want to do a cabin pressure check. So the cabin altitude climbing at a normal rate, we know it's going to end up at 5,000. Differential pressure, I always like to say at 10, it should be about a third of the way up. 18, it'll be about 2/3 of the way up, and at cruise, it should be all the way up. So, so far, so good.
Brian 230.
Alright, so we're done with the airport diagram, we're done with the O'Hare departure. We do have the Dublin, what is it, the Dublin 1 arrival. And we'll do some descent planning here. We're coming in from Bryan. We really don't have a lot of descent planning to do. At or below 230 there, which we're already at 230, so we're fine. That's not a factor. And then it looks like it's just a continuous, it's a single...
November 814 Papa X-ray cross 40 miles from Oxford.
Yeah, and then once we get down here to Trilogy, we're going to be between 8 and 9.
Alright, Fox 40 South Fox Kosh at, we'll got 10,000.
So that 8,000, the trilogy will be the first constraint that really matters to us.
14,000. We'll pop that way.
So I think that'll be fine. I think our default descent planning should be fine here. We want to go into nav there, nav here. Yeah, trilogy at 8, so yeah, we're fine. Just leave that as it is.
750 Chicago Center, welcome. Climb and maintain flight level 310.
Okay, we're through the cloud layers, and we're no longer detecting ice. Let's go ahead and shut these off. We'll see if any ice recurs. If it does, we'll just pop those back on, but for right now we are...
128.07.
Okay, we're coming up on 18,000. Ruby Dejuice is here. It says, this cockpit's always a treat to see. Love the gauge cluster. Yeah, it looks more complicated than it really is. And the only reason for that is you got 4 sets of all these. You know, really, once you realize that this is just a single engine cluster, and then you just have that 4 times, it's not really that bad. The thing that our very good friend Sim Caesar loves to rail about, that he hates about this plane, is this, the overhead panel. It's all these, it's like 5 dozen identical white switches. You know, there's not a lot of distinction there, so you can easily get lost in throw. And it's happened to me that I've tried to throw the continuous ignition on and I've accidentally turned on like the anti-ice in the middle engines, just because they're all identical switches. You know, it'd be nice ergonomically. It'd be nice if some of those switches were a little bit more distinct. Yeah, there's anti-ice, or yeah, there's ice detection again, so pop all that back on here.
Chicago, hello, Jedi 69, 24.
As we are passing through 18, we can set standard here.
Jedi 69, Chicago Center, climb and maintain flight level 350, resume normal speed.
350 and our normal speed is around this thing.
Perfect.
Delta 2661 on back.
Delta 2661, roger. Exec at 375, contact Cleveland Center, 119.87.
Yeah, those overheads are definitely sleek to look at, says Ruby, but I would definitely need to take my time learning where everything is. Yeah, and if you don't fly it a lot, then it's easy to, it's a perishable skill because they're also nearly identical switches. The other thing he said a moment ago was, so yeah, I'm trying to wrap my mind around the F28 cluster, which is 2 engines, but 4 sets of gauges. Yeah, I don't know the F28's layout, cockpit layout, so.
Delta 613, Chicago Center, welcome.
Ice detection has, correct Brian, that's the, Brickyard 5514. Forgot what my call sign was for a second.
Delta 508, vectors for your sequence, fly heading 0.
Direct to option 6, enter. The other thing through 18, we would have done another climb check here. So cabin pressure, yeah, cabin altitude's leveled out at 5,000, differential pressure about 2/3 of the way up now. And so once we get up to cruise, that should level off at the top end. Yeah, I know. Psychic Taco says it's very different than the 777. The 777 just set auto on just about everything, right? And I know the 777, even from the actually, let's reset it direct to Brian here. So what happened was it was a pretty sharp turn that it created a direct to from where we were, and then because it's such a sharp turn, it just immediately overshoots the point. It doesn't take the radius of that turn into account. So it generates that line, and then immediately you've overshot it, and it has to turn back to it. But really, once you get to the apex of that turn, you just direct yourself again, and it kind of just smooths that out. So. Anyways, yeah, Psychic Taco said, yeah, the 777 from the 737 is a pretty big step up. Like, the difference in between what the 777 automates for you versus what the 737 automates for you is a lot. Now, I don't think I've ever flown the 777 on
Southwest 508, fly heading 0.
in any form. I had the
Heading 090.
flight factor 757,
Southwest 331, contact Cleveland.
and I also occasionally have flown the
1987.
Kuro mod of the 787 in the sim, at least in flights in 2020. So, and the 777 I think is similar in terms of just there's a lot of stuff on the 737 that you're used to having to do that you literally just set to auto at the beginning of the power up and just leave that way. So I definitely know what you're saying.
Clear of conflict.
Yeah, I don't think we really had. I do get weird traffic alerts in this aircraft sometimes that I don't think are really. I mean,
522, Chicago Center.
you know, we're pretty far from that one there. 24. I don't know. Maybe we got an alert on that one. We got an alert right when we took off, which didn't seem right.
Traffic.
Yeah, so there's nobody conflicting with us now. So I don't know why we're
Chicago
getting
Center,
that.
good evening, Woodbury 38. We're over the Kilo Alpha Lima Oscar Airport, flight level 390.
Number 238, Chicago Center, good evening.
Yeah, I mean, we're about to pass over South Bend Airport. There's nobody here, so I don't know what it's tripping on, right? In a real airliner, you would never hear that alert and go, "Oh, I don't need to pay attention to that." In the sim, a little bit of a different story. All right, we've leveled off at 23. I'm going to go ahead and turn the fasten seat belts. Hang on, guys.
And Center Jedi 69, confirm you gave us level 340.
Okay, so we're level at 23. Seatbelt signs off. I'm going to just slip the bug up here to about
Clear of conflict.
Mach 7.
Level 350, if I said 340, sorry about that.
No problem, level 350, guys.
65, 6, 7, about Mach 6.8.
November 551, Mike Alpha, contact Milwaukee approach 118.0.
Milwaukee approach 118.0. November 551, Mike Alpha, still.
Alright, since we've reached our cruise speed now. Ooh, these engines were over boosted. I wasn't watching that. But let's just go ahead and knock them down to yeah, it's those high altitude seagulls. Oh man, I only know the seaside seagulls since I can talk to those. Are enough of a menace in my life as it is. Alright, so let's see how 720 does for us.
Southwest 522, crossing exit 1000, 50 east, southbound altimeter 2974.
We're supposed to make that 1000.
No, it's still, we're still picking up speed. Let's scooch this over. Yeah, I was just gonna say.
178, Chicago Center, welcome.
Saturday night, 1225, level 300, got Juliet, Chicago.
Yeah.
1225, Chicago Center, welcome. Cessna 3542, where do we get to?
Alright, we're slowing down, God's sake.
3543, Chicago Center, descend and maintain flight level 240.
Let's see what 670 does for us. Just gonna watch the bubble. Set the bubble to this is where we want to be able to kind of watch the ground speed. Yeah, it's still surging up. Good gracious. We'll be very fuel efficient today.
508, Mach number.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude and turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Buckeye candy. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. We'll give an update on the weather situation in Columbus once we start our descent there. Thanks again for flying with us on American Eagle Flight 5514 service to Columbus. All right, so now the speed's coming off. Let's put it back to 680. See what
Southwest
happens there.
508, clear direct Brian, and maintain Mach point 68.
Direct Brian and Mach point
My poor guy got constrained to airspeed. Oops. Sorry, buddy.
5514, maintain best forward speed.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing right now. Sorry about that.
No problem.
I mean, you guys can vouch for me. You heard the overspeed warning. Oh, is that you behind me, Wolfie? Alright, wait. At least if I know it's a friend, I feel a little bit better about it. I know. Why am I in the left lane? I got the guys behind me flashing their landing lights at me. Oh, jeez. I see. That's what I'm telling you. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Good gracious. Alright, well, there we are.
United 1225, I have a flight route for you advisory to copy.
United 1225, ready to copy.
That's not what I wanted to
United
do.
1225, clear to the O'Hare Airport, the present position.
660 is what I'm trying to...
Victor, Echo, Charlie, Kilo to join the Route 5 arrival.
Alright, United 1225, cleared direct to Chicago, present position, direct Beak, and join the Beak 5 arrival.
United 1225, route back correct. Southwest 3543 vectors for your descent, turn left heading 240.
Yeah, and I guess that'll work. So the Wolfie says, I almost took the RJ on this flight, too.
Good afternoon, hello again.
Alright, let's,
5,000 direct
we got nav over here, we got VNav over here.
330, this is normal speed.
Trilogy 8 I think is going to work for us, so let's just put that in here. 11, 8,000.
Speaker 5514, contact Indy Center 128.07.
2807, Brickyard 5514.
United 1225, descend and maintain flight level 240.
Send, maintain 240, 1225.
American 1078, contact Cleveland 119.87. 119.87, American Victor.
Okay, so 75 miles from top of descent. And starting to lose a little bit of speed finally, okay. So let's knock this back up to 670. Indianapolis Center, Brickyard 5514, flight level 230.
Brickyard 5514, Indy Center, roger.
Okay, so we've got our descent plan. Let's go ahead and, since we don't need ACAR's message anymore, let us...
for American 1989.
Let's take a peek at the Columbus ATIS information. It is info Mike.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
2982. 28 left and 28 right. Again, I'm assuming 28 right for now because we're coming in from the north. So I would figure that would be the northernmost of the two runways we would get, but that's not necessarily the case. That'd be great if I didn't have goldfish brain. Tune in to 2982. So I'm just going to put that in the standby altimeter, even though it makes these look wonky, like they're not reading the same. It's just because I've got this prematurely set to the local, just so I can glance down here and remember what it was. Let's go ahead and start setting up for the ILS 28 right, just in case that is what we get. However, oops, I can rotate that. We are parking right here, kind of where that star is, by the way. That's not there for us, but it's convenient that it's there. So 28 right will be the shorter taxi at any rate. So let's just start setting up for the 28 right. This is just called Columbus Tower. The ATIS information's threw me for a loop here because it's John Glenn Columbus International Airport ATIS information. Okay, but what do we call you on the radio? Okay, just Columbus Tower. Cool, that's easy enough. So 28 right's here. Let's just bring up the ILS 28 left, just in case we end up needing it. We'll have it handy.
Center, Sunset to 155 Golf with you 13,000. Sorry about that. I think I mistimed the first time I tried center.
57 Golf, Indy Center, no worries. Climb to maintain 14,000.
All right, 1013. So we're going to call the minimums 1100. It's 200 above ground level, but because we're bound to the barometric altitude, I want to make sure, and in case there's any difference, ground elevation where the missed approach point is versus the runway threshold, I'm going to set this to about 350 just to account for any potential variance there. The Columbus Tower, says the Psychic Taco. Well, of course. You know what? That's funny. I should do that. I shall, actually. That's totally funny, and I'm totally stealing it, but on the stream, at least you'll have credit for the idea. Oh, we got ice again. Oh, we got ice and speed warning. Oh, my goodness. This plane is just keeping me busy today. Alright, let's get some anti-ice.
You're with me, correct?
Got some anti-icing. Okay, the speed warning's dipped away. Let's put it back to 660 maybe.
Yeah, FedEx 321 is fine. I wasn't sure if you checked in. Descend and maintain cloud level 330.
Briefing wise, 43 miles. Briefing wise, it's Dublin 1. Okay, briefing wise, we're telling passengers. 17, which is what? 17.
Delta 613, Indy Center, good evening.
Mid-60s. Light winds, light rain.
57 Golf, short stay with me.
Yeah, mostly cloudy skies. Light wind, light rain. Mid-60s. Okay, so there's our passenger briefing for our weather. Okay, icing warnings off. Icing systems off. Strudel says the world must have stopped spinning. I managed to find some time to stop by. Indeed. Good to see you here. Yeah, we're just going to need to leave the ice protection on, it looks like. Every time I cut it off, icing warning comes right back.
Brickyard 5514, cross the IKL at a maintain 14,14,000, Columbus South Center 2982.
Alright, IKL at 14,000, 2982, Brickyard 5514. Okay, so we've got a new constraint. 8 at 14.
Center, howdy, got I-69, flow level 295 for 270 over 1.
Jedi 69, Indy Center, roger.
Alright, so 21 miles top of descent. Alright, we got our anti-icing stuff on? Yeah, we do. Alright, good. Speed's now dropped off. We're fighting overspeed warnings now, and now I've got it cut too low. Alright, icing warning just dropped off, but since we're still in visible moisture, I'm going to just go ahead and leave it all on. I guess the temperature feels like it should be below where that's a factor. We're under -20, but we continue to get that ice detection warning. I'm going to just go ahead and leave the anti-icing systems on. And then once we get descending, we'll just assume 280 knots. Until we're told something different.
Jet 69, connect Cleveland Center down 119.87.
119er 870, yeah, thanks for service.
See ya.
Matter of fact, as we get ready to start that descent, go ahead and set the bubble here to 280. And that'll help us know when to start it. Landing altitude, fasten seatbelts, and then effect the descent. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've turned the fasten seatbelts on. We ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we are just about to start our descent into Columbus. The weather there is in the mid-60s with mostly cloudy skies, light wind, and light rain. We expect to be on the ground in just about 30 minutes, and the cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. We thank you again for flying with us on American Eagle Flight 5514 service to Columbus.
FedEx 221, contact Chicago Center 134.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and just pull it into a little bit of a lower, like a descent power. As soon as the speed comes down to 280, capture it there, and then we'll adjust the throttles to aim for a 2,000 foot per minute drop. I'm happy with how the speed's reading, so I'm just going to adjust the bubble so that it shows we're right on it. And then just going to need to add a little bit of throttle back in. CB Flyers here says, how are the hair dryers holding up? Oh, they're doing fine. You know what we're holding up, CB? We're holding up the guy behind us who got speed constraint on Mach 0.68, because that's what we were doing. So, alright, so it looks like we got a little below our profile. We're going to add a little bit of throttle back in. See, the box is now telling us we need to go 1800, oh, now 1750. So I'm going to add a little bit of throttle back in so we're not descending quite so rapidly. Yeah, he should have taxied faster, right. I'm not even sure if he was coming out of O'Hare like we were, but yeah, certainly he should have got airborne and gotten ahead of us. It's his own fault, really, honestly.
Southwest 3059, cross IKL at a maintain 14,000, Columbus altimeter 2982.
Cross IKL at or above 14,000, Southwest 1359.
We're coming up on 18,000, a little premature, but we'll go ahead and dial this down to 29.
IKL at 14,000.
82. And what was the letter we're going to check in with? Mike. Columbus. Tower is 132.7. So we get all that. We'll get this prepared on COM 2. 132.7, and then Columbus grounds. 21.9er, which is already set.
Lima at 13000.
King Air 8432 Lima, Indy Center, handed off an error contact. Indy Center 123.902.
123.902, between Lima.
Can't believe I didn't do that already. So, select and arm 14,000. Add a little bit of throttle back in so that we're only descending at about 1450 per minute now, because we've just been descending a little bit more rapidly than we've needed to, so we're going to add just a touch of throttle back in. We're just going to keep them synced with each other.
Center low, American 3235, climbing to 10,000. American 3235, Indy Center low, climb by maintain, bottom 230. Climbing 230, American 3235. Break Air 5514, contact Columbus approach 125.905.
2595, break at 5514.
Indy Center, Southwest 50, flight level 230, direct Brian.
Southwest 508, Indy Center, hello.
Columbus approach, break here at 5514, information, Mike, we're 14,800 going for 14,000 at ICAO.
Brickyard 5514 Columbus approach. Thank you for Mike. Altimeter is 2982. Expect the ILS runway 28 right approach.
ILS 28 right approach, Brickyard 5514, thanks. Okay, good. So that's what we already have set up.
And Brickyard 5514 descend via the Dublin 1 arrival.
Via the Dublin 1 arrival, Brickyard 5514. Okay, so that now gives us Trilogy at 8, and then it gives us down to TZ at 6. Okay, so Trilogy at 8, and then TZ at 6.
Contact Indy Center on 124.45.
So we'll go ahead and set 6,000. And altitude arm. And still in descent. Still in sync. It wants us to descend. It's what does that say? 1850, 1650. Well, we're not descending at a good speed here. Let's pitch down. Well, actually, I'll tell you what. We're coming up on 10,000. Let's go ahead and pitch at 250. Okay, got to keep at least 60% in to power the aircraft. Let's go ahead and get the APU started.
So the 3059 Columbus approach. Thank you for Mike. Altimeter 2982. Expect the ILS runway 28 right approach.
Okay, I'm going to pitch up. Okay, it was just warning us that the APU is starting. I'm going to pitch up and get the speed to 250.
3059 descend via the Dublin 1 arrival.
Descend via the Dublin 1 arrival, so that's 3050.
Okay, there's 250. Capture the speed.
Departure, hello, now to 204 with you, 3600 for 5,000, runway heading.
And now it wants us to descend at 1850.
Contact, proceed direct.
Okay, and we're
climb and maintain 1 tree, 13,000.
Pretty good on that.
Try direct pick out then up to 13,000 for a now to 204.
Let's see, APU air. Engine air. Let's go ahead and get the AC and PTU pumps on. Alright, continuous ignition, anti-icing off. Coming up on 10, let's just go ahead and get forward-facing lights on. Alright, should be descending at 2,100 feet per minute in order to make our target, so let's pull the throttles back here. Now that we are using the APU to power electricity, we can pull the throttles back as low as we need to. Okay, the good news is that we're going to miss this. We're going to miss this trilogy. We're supposed to be at 8,000. We're just now passing 10. It looks like we're going to be about 1,000 feet high. The good news is the actual constraint is 8 to 9, so we're going to be okay there.
P98204, contact Indy Center 128.07.
Over to Indy 128.07, now 204, thanks for 9.
Alright, let's make sure we've not a complete...
5514, contact final 118.2.
118.2, Brickyard 5514. I have not set up the radios. Delinquent.
Have a good night. Columbus Tower.
Via the Dublin one.
XD62, contact Columbus Tower. Columbus Tower, 162.
109.1.
121, maintain 170 knots per weeks, contact Columbus Tower. Have a good night. 1. Contact Tower to 120.
And 281.
November 805 Alpha Bravo, your sequence is 12 o'clock, 3 miles westbound, 4,000 is a...
Appleton. 116.7.
I got the Airbus in sight, 805 Alpha Bravo. November 805 Alpha Bravo, follow that traffic, proceed inbound runway 28 right, caution wait turbulence.
235.
3 right, caution work turbulence, 805 Alpha Bravo. ExecJet 906, you can expect vectors through the localizer. You're going to be following a Comanche in. Roger, what's that, ExecJet 906.
Approach Brickyard 5514 to 7,300 via the Dublin one. Expecting to hit right.
Brickyard 5514, Columbus Pro Treasure.
Okay, so we're good on that. Approach frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set, missed approach altitude is going to be straight to 14, then right
Joe
to
121,
3.
contact Columbus Tower.
Minimum set, V speeds will get set here. For a flaps 30 arrival. (2605), so light wind mostly down the center line, and a left-hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Alright, and after Taces, a 101 heading. After T is a 101 heading. So we'll go ahead and get that set there. Put it into heading mode. Switch over to radios. Okay, we're at 6,000, but we'll go ahead and put some throttle back into...
Brickyard 5514, descend and maintain 5,000.
Out of 5,000, Brickyard 5514.
ExecJet 906, turn left heading 250, join 28 right, localizer. Left heading 250, join the 28 right, localizer, ExecJet 906.
Okay. Alright, think we're caught up. Mad Dog Lexi is here, saying flying a US Air JustFlight F28 over Dayton VOR only. Yeah, well, that's what we used to do a lot on this channel.
As long as you can for me, please contact Columbus
Thank
Tower. Have a good
you,
night.
thank you very kindly for the follow. Yeah, we used to, Slant Alpha refers to that exact kind of navigation. We used to do a lot of that on this channel, but we've kind of branched out now since it's so difficult. A lot of VORs have been shut down, so it's so difficult to manage routing through the airspace
906% of maintain 3000.
with only VORs anymore. So I kind of capitulated and said, all right, fine, I'll start flying with the RNAV capability if that's what the system's really forcing me to do. But yeah, JustFlight's great stuff. We're talking, I think it was Ruby the Deuce earlier that was talking about that JustFlight F28.
Exit 906 is 900 miles from Weeks, maintain 3000 until established on the local.
You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that it means a descent rate, whether you put the minus sign or not. And the closest...
5514, instead of maintain 4000.
At a 4000, Brickyard 5514. Closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Apologize if I'm not horribly chat interactive at this point. I am waiting to get a turn on the final and intercept, and then we'll get our landing clearance. So, expecting that they will.
5514, turn right heading 200.
200, Brickyard 5514. So, will be a lot to do in the cockpit here for the remainder of this first leg. We'll be down a second leg left to do.
Columbus Bruce, Flight 815 of the Golf was leveling 3000. We're on a 100 heading. We're just touching go international and then VFR northbound.
Delivery 15 Delta Golf, Columbus Approach. Good evening. I cut basically all of that. You said you were touch and go or you going to be a full stop?
We're touch and go international and VFR northbound out of the Golf.
Red.
All right, getting ready for the intercept here.
We'll find out the Golf has mine.
Speed checked below 205.
Delivery 15
Select
Delta
flaps
Golf,
18.
fighting 110.
Heading 110, 815 out of the Golf.
Approaching 1522, level up 6000, heading 090.
Brickyard 5514, turn right heading 250, join 28 right, localizer.
250, join 28 right, localizer, Brickyard 5514.
American 1522, Columbus Approach, good evening, turn left heading 310, join 28 left, localizer, to maintain 4000.
Localizer armed.
Left heading 310, join 28 left, localizer, turn maintain 4000, American 1526.
Brickyard 5514, descend and maintain 3000.
Down to 3000, Brickyard 5514.
Executive 906, contact Columbus Tower, good night.
Over to 906, good night as well.
November 5 Delta Golf, if no one gave it to you previously, you can expect 28 left.
Okay, 2 left, 5 out of the Golf, thanks.
Brickyard 5514 is 900 miles from Weeks, maintain 3000 until established on the localizer, put ILS runway 28 right approach, maintain 170 knots or greater a week.
Armed.
All right, 3000 until established on the localizer, 170 greater the week, and clear for the ILS 28 right approach, Brickyard 5514.
30-weight ball bearings.
American 1522, speed 190.
It's all ball bearings nowadays.
Speed 190, American
Autopilot
1522.
disconnected.
American 1522, thanks. Speed 190, then descend and maintain
Oh, I had
4000.
190, then down to 4000.
Nice looking armed.
Southwest 3059, descend and maintain 4000.
17 4000, Southwest 3050.
All right, trying to fly it by hand here, guys, and
Southwest 8312, Columbus approach, hello.
yeah, I do see the runway, so we're a little bit right of center line. We can bring it over to the left, and then we'll join the glide slope. Again, you guys can keep those predictions coming in terms of the descent rate at the moment the wheels touch the runway surface. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way.
59, turn right heading 190.
Right 190, Southwest 8059.
Southwest 83, so I'm sorry, that was actually a little aggressive. Heading 200.
Heading 200.
Light slips alive, 1 dot to go.
American 1522 is 7 miles from limited. Maintain 4,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 28 left approach. Maintain 170 knots to limited.
Cleared ILS 28 left approach. Maintain.
Descending via the glide slope now, so we'll go ahead and get gear out.
Approach, good evening, step off 111, heading 0607,000.
170 or better to 6 miles.
I'm sorry, calling approach again.
Step off 511 at 7,000, heading 060.
Traffic. Traffic.
Southwest 3059, fighting 250, join 2A right localizer.
250, join 2A right localizer, Southwest 3059.
815 Delta Golf, sorry for the late turn. Turn left heading tree 0.
330 on that, 85 Delta Golf.
I'm sorry, at 7,000 was who?
A little below glide slope, we'll correct that now.
Glide slope captured.
Okay, there we are.
Established on the
Brickyard
ILS.
5514, contact Columbus Tower.
Buck Tower, Brickyard 5514, we'll see it.
American 1522, contact Columbus Tower.
Psychic Taco, this is for you.
Skyler Swan, the wind's calm, fly runway heading, runway 3 left, clear takeoff, traffic, 8 back.
Runway heading 28 left, clear to take off, Skyler Swan.
Check jet 906, you're going to the Ninja thing.
Affirmative, check jet 906.
One more knot
Right
of flaps to
wing will
go.
Fox, then Golf Tour 359, monitor me.
Right one, it will go and Fox.
Alright, 5 out.
And along your ground, check jet 906.
Final knot of flaps coming in.
1,000.
The Columbus Tower, Brickyard 5514 is 5 out for 28 right.
Brickyard 5514, Columbus, the Columbus Tower, the wind's calm, runway 28 right, clear.
They land 28 right, Brickyard 5514. The Brickyard 5514. Yeah, slant golf, technically.
Alright.
Alright, last call for the predictions, friends.
500.
Columbus Tower, American 1522.
Plus 100.
We are landing.
American 1522, Columbus Tower, wind calm, runway 28 left, clear to land, traffic departs, right around.
2-way left, clear to land, American 1522.
Alright, speed's looking good, Loke's looking good, glide's looking good. Still plenty of time to screw it up, though.
Minimums.
Yeah, we are landing. Oh, I didn't get the continuous... Well, the continuous ignition is on, because I think the anti-icing is all still on. Oh, and we should get the TMS off. A little left to center line now, we'll fix that.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Overflare.
Descend.
We're trying.
Skyler Swan, good night.
Ground idle.
Hello, Southwest 3059,
Yellow wings, boys.
Southwest 3059, Columbus Tower, wind calm, runway 28 clear to land.
Turn right 59, Southwest 3059.
80 knots.
Southwest 815 Delta Golf is straight left.
November 815 Delta Golf, Columbus Tower, hello, wind calm, runway 28 left.
Well, we used a lot more runway than a regional jet should use.
Alright, on the go, runway heading, clear test to go straight left, there you go.
But we got it. We got it. I got this.
You paid for the whole runway, you're going to use the whole runway. Brickyard 5514, left, enable ground point 9, we'll see it.
Yes, I did. Brickyard 5514, ground point 9, we'll see it.
the FBO with Kilo, looking for taxi, please VFR departure to the northeast at 17,500.
Columbus ground, Brickyard 5514's off 28 right all the way at the end. We're going to Bravo 20.
Brickyard 5514, Columbus ground. Good evening. Welcome to Columbus. Taxi to the gates via Echo Juliet.
Echo and Juliet to the gate. Brickyard 5514. Hey, Tim.
Hey.
Alright, sorry guys. Let's get some cleanup done. Weather radar off. TA and RA off.
Hey, Ground American 1522.
Flight director's off. What else?
American 1522, taxi to the
Weather radar we did.
Charlie Delta 3.
Let's see. Strobe lights off, landing lights off, taxi light on. The turn off lights off.
There's another ground point. I don't think it's
Let's see if I. Let's see. Yep. Oh, continuous ignition. All the anti-icing can come off. Oh, the continuous ignition. I thought I left it on. Actually, did turn it off. So that's all. That's all off now. So I didn't get that done on short final like I should have, but everything else is good. Speed brakes, flight directors, landing lights, strobe lights, runway lights, continuous. Did I get the strobes? Yeah. Ignition, weather radar, transponder. Okay. So we're good. So, yeah, so what happened was on short final, I distracted myself. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right, the TMS needs to come off, because that's the highest priority thing to do at that moment, right? We were already kind of chasing the center line just a little bit. We got a little left to center line at the last second, so I'm coming back over on that. And then really just the flare timing was... I knew I wanted to flare later than I normally do in this aircraft, because at the 20 and then 10 call out you really are a lot higher over the threshold than, or over the pavement than you think you are. So I really wanted to flare later, but then I flared too much, which is a frequent thing that I do in this aircraft. Overflared and the plane started rising again. And
aircraft calling for clearance, contact that clearance delivery on
yeah, once I overflared and the aircraft started rising again, then it was just like a fight to not let it slam into the pavement once the speed bled off. So, yeah, despite my best efforts, I fell into my normal, usual traps with this aircraft.
Columbus ground, good evening. Taxi the terminal via Echo Juliet.
Taxi departing via Echo Juliet, Southwest 3059.
Okay, so the next right turn here. Heisenberg is here. Good evening. Alright, so we'll make the right. We'll make the left. We can go ahead and get the taxi lights off since we're on the ramp. And then our gate is the very first one on that eastern pier, that eastern T-shaped pier.
Ground.com 720, we're clearing 24 right on uniform, we're going right for the 0.
So yeah, I guess with airports that are in close proximity that use 121.9, you kind of just have to get used to the idea that if a transmission's coming in kind of scratchy, then it's probably not for you. It's a BAe beautiful night for a flight, says Papa Charlie. I love it. Okay, so that first gate is occupied, which is what I thought I was going to occupy, but I don't know if it's occupied by a VATSIM player or if that's a static aircraft, but I'll just take the next one over. That's good enough. It doesn't look like that's a human player, but we'll go ahead and just grab the next gate anyway. Alright, taxi light's already off. So Bravo 22 is what it looks like.
On the ground southwest 8312, got a request.
Southwest 8312, Columbus ground, welcome to Columbus, taxi to the terminal via Echo Juliet.
Southwest 8312, got a request. Seems like it maybe go back to 28 right, do another takeoff, just first full stop.
Alright, so we're at the gate. Parking brakes on, let's see. Master warning knob out. Let's just get the turnaround checklist done as quickly as we can. Oxygen systems can come off.
8312, you're going to need to contact delivery for another
Engine gens off.
before you can do that.
Pack number 2 can come off. The engines can go to cutoff. Let's peek down and make sure all 4 of them go. Yep, they did. Fasten seatbelt signs can come off.
I've got to keep you out of the way of other traffic.
Oh,
so,
one thing I did forget to do was set the...
Take Echo Kilo into the ramp, and you can hold at the de-icing.
Set the
frame,
pressurization, so what should that be set to? What's the ground elevation here? Basically 10. I don't know, 820, so just under 1,000. So that's a step that I forgot there.
So you were wanting to go where?
Gonna cause a little pressure pop when the doors open. Sorry about that, friends. Let's see, so...
Oh, you're wanting to land back here?
Hang on.
Okay, yeah, I don't know.
Let's fasten seatbelt signs. Let's go back up top here. So fuel pumps 1, 3, and 4 can come off. Screen and probe heats can come off.
American 1565.
The ice detection switch can come off.
To the terminal via Charlie Delta 3.
And the beacon light can come off. That's down here. Then over here on the tablet, we'll get our wheel chock set.
Hello again, TBM 346, take off and ready for taxi.
Oh, there we go.
TBM 346.
We'll start a 5-minute deboarding.
Runway 28 right. Taxi via Echo 1.
Up top we can go, and we will get the PTU and AC pumps off, and the engine, the hydraulic pumps off. Down here we can set our squawk to 2,000. And standby. And let's check on my predictions, and then we'll check on your predictions. We'll take a look at this landing. I like I said, I know I got left to center line at one short final, but my big deal was I've over-flared and we've started rising again. I just really hate that I do that in this aircraft. So 8:45 was when we had to try to be down. Now we got airborne 10 minutes late, and we're at the gate 10 minutes late. In terms of the fuel, I bet you we're pretty close to that. 11.6. Check and see how we did. 11.976. Yes, we got a couple extra 100 pounds. But other than that, oh well, we started with 300 more pounds than I planned on, also. So actually, we nailed that completely. I mean, if you remember, it was giving me wonky options in terms of how to load it. So we conserved an extra 6 pounds on that leg. So good job, guys. An extra 1 gallon. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and get... well, first of all, let's check on your predictions as well. Let's take a peek. View our latest landing. This is touchdown FX. It gave us an 88. That's the score. The descent rate at the moment the wheels touched the runway surface was 101. Everything looked great, except we were floated it way long. Yeah, I knew that. I
Good
knew.
evening. Taxi to the gates via Echo.
Let's replay the telemetry here.
Echo and Juliet to the gate.
So yeah, just wound up floating it way, way long. And watch the altitude itself above ground level here. So we get over the threshold, it should be about 50. Nailed that.
8312, were you still on the frequency?
And then as we came down, look at the upward pitch.
Get over into the east apron area. You're
2.9, 3.5. Okay, so their point. So at there, I'm at negative 3, or I'm at 3.7 degrees pitch. I'm still descending at 58 feet a minute. Here, yeah, but look exactly what happens.
Here, you're showing right smack dab in the middle of the east
Then
apron
I'm increasing. All right, and then I brought it back down, and that's where we touched down right there. No, not even. Started descending, and then I kind of flared it again, brought it back down to 100 feet per minute. So the pitch at that point. So even 3 degrees, up there's 4 degrees of pitch. Yeah, so really 3 or 4 degrees of pitch is too much. You know, really need to just pitch it up just a couple degrees and then let it settle in. So that was the story. This was where it went wrong. Right here, right over the blocks. I'm at negative 58 feet per minute, but then suddenly start rising again. So just overflared it. 4 degrees is too much of this plane. That's the moral of the story. So left the center line, I corrected okay. We were pretty much very close to center line by the time I, got over the, over the touchdown zone. But just, yeah, you can see it. You can see it in here even. You can just see the plane rose back up and then settled down. Yeah, if I could just get out of that habit in this aircraft. Anyway, 101 was the number. Let's take a peek and see what you guys put in. We had 165, 60, 135. Regen road trip with the 98. That's looking pretty solid. 75, 120, 143, 181, 232. So yeah, Regen road trip is going to take it. All right. Regen road trip.
Just stand by for a minute.
At KCMH. What's today? 5/8. All right. So congrats. Now we had said leg 2 was supposed to be off block at 9:20 p.m. We still might, if I race, I can get that. I don't know if I need the intermission at the moment. So maybe I can race and get that. Boarding done? Okay, yeah, the deboarding's done. Jefferson is with us. JJJ is here. So very good to see you. Good to make your acquaintance. Thanks for joining us. And let's see if we can go ahead and get underway. Let's get a number 2 leg flight filed. Hit the flight plan button on vPilot. That brings up the web page. We want to populate it with the stuff that we just did. Yeah, let's do that. That'll save us a little typing. Brickyard 5514, same. IFR, same. This changes. It's going to be CMH. 2120. What's that? 0120, right?
That'd be Delta 6. It won't be on your chart, so that'd be
27,000. 420, we're going to head to JFK, John F. Kennedy Airport. Alternate's going to be Philly.
3154, thanks.
Which we'll try not to hit any bread trucks on our way into Philly if we have to divert there. 0129, 0129, and 0325. You ready for this route? It's a doozy.
Say call sign again.
Carry on, November 14th.
Everything else is good. Oh, didn't put the performances in the first time. Everything else there's the same. We'll go ahead and file that.
Bravo Whiskey.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to Cleveland.
So let us then touch base with a clearance delivery, 126.3.
Of 0105 Zulu, released by clearance.
Roger. Didn't get that put in. Okay.
And we'll switch over to the first radio, 126.3 clearance delivery channel. We just filed the flight plan, so we might just give them a couple seconds to look at it here. But let's go up back to the top of our flow list at the very least and get ready for leg number 2.
Okay, Southwest 8312 Columbus clearance cleared to Columbus via radar vectors direct. Maintain 5,000, departure 125.905, squawk 57.
Okay, we'll go ahead and set cargo at close to 2,400.
Clear to Columbus via direct, maintain 5,000. Departure east from squawk 5772 and repeat departure frequency, Southwest 8312.
Departure 125.905.
Okay, that'll work. Passengers, we say about 80. Don't know why we're not getting the little keyboard this time. I don't know if that's a recent change or if there was just a glitch in the loading that we're not getting that little pop-up. But it's okay. This isn't too bad a way to do it. Fortunately, if you click on it real rapidly, it kind of goes way up there.
Via radar vectors red above, Venice filed, maintain 5,000. Expect 41010 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 125.905, squawk 3743.
Alright, and we said 20 after.
Radar vectors red bows, then file,
So we'll go ahead and start that boarding, and that'll still give me a few minutes. Is that what I said, 20 after for the off-block time? Yeah.
November is now current. Ground 0.9 of deck, is it?
So we can... Sounds like ATIS information November. Okay. 2982, that's already what we have set. Nothing really else changed. 2503. Okay. Columbus clearance, Brickyard 5514, information November, IFR to Kennedy.
Brickyard 5514, Columbus clearance, thank you for November. Standby 1.
Regen says I ran off to put dinner in the oven, came back to see that I got the raffle drawing.
Brickyard 5514,
yes,
cleared to Kennedy via radar vectors red above, Venice 5, maintain 5,000, expect flight level 27010 minutes after departure, departure frequency 125.905, squawk 3445.
Roger, cleared to Kennedy, radar vectors red above, Venice file, will maintain 5,000, expecting 270 and 10, departure frequency 125.905, and we'll squawk 3445 for Brickyard 5514.
Brickyard 5514, read back correct, ground 0.9 of Texas, yep.
Ground 0.9, Brickyard 5514, see it. Okay. Don't know what runway. Doesn't really matter. It's just a radar vector departure. There's not even a SID for it. So we're just going to assume runway heading until we're told something otherwise, and that works whether we're flying 28 left or 28 right. So all good. We got everything we need. Let's go back to the flow list. 80 ground elevations, 815 feet. It's pretty close to what's showing. We're good there. Altimeters are set. Field elevation verified. Comm radios are set. IFR clearance obtained. Let's go ahead and get our route logged in. So we will go menu. On this side we'll go menu. Let's delete flight plan and enter. We'll re-enter and we'll KCMH enter. Accept. Really nothing to put in as a departure. We'll just go straight into the route. RD BUV RDB.
American 4809, what was it you requested?
UV. Oops, back.
Put in starter point, hold left. Sorry, rear altitude.
UV.
American 4809,
Back.
discretion ground 121.9.
Why isn't my B working?
121 taxi, pushback class, discretion American 48.
Some weird click point that was preventing me from getting the B there. RDB UV. Enter. Accept. Say again, Jim is here. After red above, NOWZU. NOW. Oh man, it's happening again. NO. Yeah, there's something here that's some sort of a click spot it doesn't like. What is it now? NOWZU. Enter. 25.9. Okay, so just checking for typos with the distances. If the distance comes up like crazy high, then we'll know that.
6 information November with an IFR request down to New Orleans.
That sounds like our very good friend Melvin Leroy.
Exec Jet 816.
TJV. That is our friend Melvin Leroy. I know that 816 anywhere. After Dryer, JHW.
Maintain 5000, expect flight level 400, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 134.0, squawk 1475.
Then Q476. So we'll go
a
list
to New Orleans radar vectors.
Airways. Q476 is option 5. And we're going to take that to Wilkes.
134.0,
which is option 5. Enter. And then it's KJFK.
Jet 816, read back correct. Ground 121.9.
Enter. Accept. We are going to do. This is the Pucky 1. Now, is Kennedy got ATC right now? We can kind of maybe take a guess as to which arrival we're going to get there. Let's blank this out. Let's put our new KCMH-KJFK. Yeah, there's no departure procedure, so let's just get the Pucky 1 arrival. From Wilkes, and then after this point batter, so it's not really going to matter in terms of a transition. But then can we maybe take a stab at which approach we're going to put in there to see what they're landing? 31 right, 31 left. If we're coming from the north, would it be kind of a right downwind? Or no, what's the... Yeah, kind of a right downwind to 31 right, probably.
And Columbus clearance delivery. This
so
is
we'll plan for that.
54 with November on board.
Although I'll get both of them here, but in terms of what we put in the box, we're going to assume a right downwind to 31 right.
Did not receive a PDT for 1054.
Alrighty then, Delta 1054, clear to Buffalo via radar vectors red above, and as filed, maintain 5000, expect flight level 310.
So we'll assume 31 right, but that may or may not be what we get when we get there. But let's go with the menu, and let's go to arrivals. And it's going to be 31 right is our best guess. Enter. And the star is going to be the Pucky 1. Enter. And that comes from Wilkes. 5. Enter. ILS 31 right, which is 1, and enter. And then do we need a transition for that? I mean, Deer Park would kind of come from the north and east. Although I don't think it's going to be. No, that's just a reference. It's not even a feeder. So it's cat out or mellow. I'll put in cat out just to have the further point out, just in case we need it. We end up not needing it, then we'll just skip past it when the time comes. That's option 1. Enter, and we'll put that in the flight plan. Alright, next. Yeah, so it looks like we are currently direct to point number 7, so we want to go to the nav page, and let's make sure we sure that we're direct to point 2. Enter. Okay, to red above is what we were told. Flight plan can go on this side, nav can go on that side, and I think we're set. Let's set up or push back. We expect we're going to be departing off of one of the 2-8s, so regardless, wow, we really can't push back and face east because we're going to hit the side of the building here. Oh no, we're one gate further over than that. So yeah, we probably can push back and face east. Let's see. Yeah, we can push back and face east. So we'll go ahead and set that up. Okay, enter. We'll request to push back, but we're not going to get moving just yet. Alright, so where does that leave us? Alright, we got the box is set. Let's get the code set, which was 3445. Nope. 3445, right? Right? 3445, yeah, there. Okay, and then transponder mode. There is no departure procedure, so all we have is maintain 5,000. So we will go ahead and get that set. And flight directors armed. Altitude armed. Heading mode armed. And then what heading are we going to arm? Let's go ahead and switch the plane over to RNAV. Okay, they're done boarding. So good. We'll get airborne here in just a few minutes. The initial heading, we know it's a 2-8. So it's 281.5. So 282 technically is the 281 and 2. Okay, so there we go. And radar vectors to red above. Looks like it's north. So we'll be ready to turn northbound. So I expect 28 right, since we're turning northbound. But we'll be ready to turn northbound once we are airborne. But for now, the heading mode's set with runway heading set and altitude arm to 5,000. Flight directors are on. Alright, brake pressure is confirmed. Chocks can be removed. Oxygen systems can be turned on. Takeoff trim can be set. We're just going to do that by clicking on the center of gravity. It's going to change the wheel for us, and now it has. Cabin pressure set. 27,000 is our cruise altitude, so we're going to get that dialed in up here. Okay, there it is. Fasten seatbelt signs can come back on. Cruise cabin pressure, ice detection on, and engine anti-icing systems on. Let's come down to the thrust management system. Let's go ahead and power that back on. We'll set it for takeoff power. The temperature here is last reported at 16. So we'll set that accordingly. 91.4. Okay, we're going to go ahead and just set all of our bugs for takeoff. And yeah, 690 was working as a cruise speed, or yeah, cruise power on the first leg, so we'll just assume it's going to be not the same necessarily, but similar, and then we'll adjust from there. Alright, and what's the what's the weather situation? So it's 16, which is low 60s. Overcast, light winds, light rain. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard American Eagle Flight 5514 service to John F. Kennedy, New York Airport. We are due to push back here in just about 3 minutes. We expect to be airborne on time, roughly at the bottom of the hour. Flight time, once we're airborne, 1 hour, 29 minutes. We'll be cruising at 27,000 feet for you today. Departure weather here is in the low 60s with light rain, overcast skies, and light winds. We do expect with the adverse weather, we might have a little bit of turbulence as we climb up through the cloud layers, and hopefully once we get up to our cruise altitude, we'll find some nice, smooth air to ride out to New York in. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. We will get underway shortly, and just tighten the seatbelt one extra notch for us, just because we might be slightly bumpy on the departure. But thanks again for riding along with us on American Eagle Flight 5514 service to John F. Kennedy Airport, and we'll be underway shortly. All right, beacon light can come on. Pack 1 can come off. Remaining fuel pumps can come on. Start master on. Start selector 4. And then let's go ahead and talk to our ground controller. Set that back to departure.
28 left approach.
Bring that back over to
Charlie
ground.
3, I'm at 1122 heavy, and we'll find a spot.
And
Columbus
yeah, so this is all marked as non-movement, meaning that ground control would not control that. And yeah, and matter of fact, the clearance controller told us to call for taxi, so we don't need permission to push. We can go ahead and do that.
E-Jet go past us and call sign appears to be Echo Juliet Alpha.
Double check. Double check nobody behind us. Okay, we're good.
Who was that calling?
American 4809, we have E-Jet on the left.
Affirmative, yes. So you will continue your taxi following him. So that's just the American.
Okay, once we get to 2%, we'll go ahead and bring the engine out of cutoff.
And American 4809, you can go ahead and monitor tower on 132.7.
Cabin is secure.
132.75, American 4809, really good job.
Really good job, Tim. Alright, so there's 13% in. Then we can come up top here. Selector 3 and start. %2 in, okay. Out of cutoff. Parking brake reset. Done with the pushback.
November 222 Hotel Lima, cross runway 28 right, no delay.
28 right, low delay, 2
Alright, 13%. Up top. Number 2 and start. Yeah, that guy over there that's parked inside of the static aircraft is indeed on VATSIM actually, so we've got to get out of his way as soon as we can here. And our old grumpy furry co-pilot, you can probably hear him, he's not happy at all. Alright, 13% in, red light off, up top. Start our final one.
American 1122, can we take the next taxiway for parking?
Okay, final
affirmative.
final
American
cutoff
11,
switch is
22.
disengaged. So final engine spooling up. Once it gets to 13, we'll run up top and get everything else ready for departure. There it goes. Once it gets to 10%, it starts to really race up, and then once it gets to 13, that last red light goes out. So the start selector off, start master off, engine anti-ice off. We can get the generators on. We can get probe and screen heats on. We can get the packs back on. And then as we go up top here, we'll get the hydraulics and the AC and PTU pumps on. I think I got everything that time. Yeah, it looks like we did. Master warning knob off. What's the, what is the orange warning? Parking brake. Okay, yeah, that's normal. That off. Okay, that's the last of our warnings.
November 222 Hotel
set flaps 18.
Tower 13132.
While we're waiting for flaps 18, we'll do a control check. Ailerons, we got gauges for. Everything else, we'll just do a visual check from somebody from outside. That'll give us a big heads up. Tell us everything is okay. Technically, the config check should fail if you're not quite in flaps 18 yet, but in this plane we know that it will pass there. All right, we're good. Oh, we're starting to rain just a little bit too. All right, are we all set? Look at the airport diagram. We should just get a taxi via Echo, I would imagine. Columbus Ground, Brickyard 5514 information, November. We got, we're ready to taxi, rather.
November 324 Bravo Alpha, cross runway 28 right at Foxtrot 3.
Cross turn at Foxtrot 3 for Bravo Alpha.
Brickyard 5514, runway 28 right, taxi via Echo 1.
28 right via Echo 1, Brickyard 5514. Okay, so he wants us basically, instead of taxiing via Echo, he wants us to taxi right across the ramp and just come right out on Echo 1. He wants us to taxi toward the rainbow, in other words. So our taxi light's on. Weather radar can come on. Continuous ignition TARA should come on. I mean, we're just about ready to go. Nice job, Captain. Looked a lot more stable than mine. Alright, taxi lights off as we roll up on the whole short here. Go ahead and cancel the crew call. And if Tim doesn't explicitly tell us to switch over to tower while we're first in line at the whole short, we can go ahead and do that if we decide we're ready to. Alright,
American 286 left, when able, ground point header.
Left enable, ground point 9, United 286 up.
Yep. November 222 Hotel Lima, fly runway heading, the wind's calm, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff.
Did not set
Runway heading 28 right,
the departure frequency is 2595. I didn't get that set yet. Hey, Columbus Tower, Brickyard 5514, short of 28 right, we're ready.
Brickyard 5514, Columbus Tower. Hello.
Okay. Hello is all we get. That means we sit here until he's ready to clear us.
Just out of curiosity, did the ground controller give you contact or monitor?
He didn't give us either, but since we were first in line at the whole short, we switched over.
Oh, okay, no worries. It's been a grab bag today. November 222, Hotel Lima, contact departure. Over to board.
Thank you, Judge Lima.
Okay, we got aircraft on final. Whoosh.
Brickyard 5514, right return, right line, wait, traffic.
Alright, 28 right, line up and wait, Brickyard 5514. Alright, we are on the runway, or about to be, so strobes are on.
Southwest 8312, Columbus Tower.
And then when we are clear for takeoff, we'll get our forward-facing lights on. The reason we don't have those on now is that anybody who's cleared to cross downfield is going to look up and see us. They're going to see our lights flashing, but since our forward-facing lights are not on, they will know that we're not yet rolling.
Brickyard 5514, the wind's calm, runway 2 right, clear for takeoff, traffic's 2 back, no delay.
Alright, we're clear for takeoff, 28 right, no delay, Brickyard 5514. Okay, engine's spooled up, no warnings, no vibrations, forward-facing lights are on, and takeoff power set. Oh, actually, continuous ignition should be on also. Oh, good news.
Speed alive both sides.
We should have a little bit of forward pressure on the yoke to hold the nose wheel down until we get rudder authority.
80 knots, cross-checked.
Okay, there it is. Okay, steering via rudder now.
V1. Rotate.
Okay, we're rotating.
V2. Positive rate of climb. Gear.
Coming up. I'm going to pitch to maintain the bubble speed. Max continuous thrust set.
Brickyard 5514, contact departure.
Close departure, Brickyard 5514, see you.
Center 134.9.
Cleveland Center 134.9, George Lima.
Okay, there we are, 1,000 feet. Now we can lower the nose and pick up some speed. Close departure, Brickyard 5514 is 2,400 going to 5.
Brickyard 5514, Columbus departure, radar contact. Turn right direct to rip up, climb and maintain 1 tree, 13,000.
Right up to 13,000 direct red bove, Brickyard 5514. Okay, 13. I don't remember exactly where red bove is, but I know it's to my north, as we talked about earlier. So we'll just get turned northbound. Probably to where that little diamond is. So we'll turn toward that little diamond. We're also lowering the nose to try and pick up some airspeed. Now that we got the flaps coming in, we're going to have to increase the pitch again.
November's current, altimeter 2982, expect the island, runway 28 right approach.
2982 and expect island 28 right, confirm?
Affirmative, runway 28 right. And then via the double 1 arrival.
Okay. Roll out on approximately that diamond heading there. Still hand flying. We will try to capture. Oh, that's, yeah, I was going to say let's capture 250, but we're already through that, so we'll pitch up, recapture 250. Get the bug set up there. Get the heading bug set here. Okay, a little bit more up pitch, capture the 250. There we are. Alright, and then let's get ourselves officially direct to Redbove. Let's go direct to Redbove, enter, and then LNAV.
Brickyard 5514, contact Cleveland Center, 134.9.
Hi, 134.9, Brickyard 5514. 34. Niner, I see the ice detection warning on. We'll get that taken care of in just a second. Continuous ignition already on.
American 600, Cleveland Center, right.
Got a couple of other things to do. We're through 10,000 now. We can get forward-facing lights off. Yeah, we got engine bleeds to turn on.
American 901, on the maintain 15,000, 15,000.
Alright, just catching up with the plane, guys. Let's also do a pressurization check. Alright, cabin altitude climbing at a normal rate, and differential pressure is about a third of the way up. Cleveland Center, Brickyard 5514 is 12,400 going to 13,000.
Brickyard 5514, Cleveland Center, common maintain level 230.
230, Brickyard 5514. Alright, let's make sure it didn't. It might have gone into capture. Yeah, it did. Maybe it did.
American 600.
Okay, caught it just in time.
I would recommend slower rather than faster. You can expect holding as rolling. Hopefully just one or two.
Caught it just in time. It is continuing to climb now. Looks like it's trying to pitch back to the 250.
901.
Let's take it out of indicated airspeed and hold.
230.
And we'll pitch it up and we'll wait for the 250 to come back down, and then we'll get it back to that. Oh, yeah, Tim, no worries, man, no worries, man. In the U.S., it's a good lesson, actually. It wound up being a good lesson. In the U.S., if they tell you to contact, you switch over and talk to them. If they tell you to monitor, you switch over and wait for them to talk to you. But if you do pull up in the U.S. to first in line at the hold short, it is okay. It's customary to just go ahead and switch over on your own. A lot of places, you know, like when I listen to ATC at Baltimore, the ground controller will say, runway 28, taxi via Tango, uniform 1, we'll see you. They're not even expecting the guy to call them again, you know? Anyway, alright, so engineer on APO, I did all that stuff.
8432 Lima, Cleveland Center, Roger, higher shortly. UPS 375, descend maintain 10,000, altimeter 2982.
2982, 10,000, UPS 375.
Alright, so
901, contact Cleveland Center, 119.87.
So leg number 1 started 10 minutes late, ended 10 minutes late. We got the turnaround done in less time than we normally take because I skipped the intermission. And we got airborne right on time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Cut up on 18,000, so we'll go ahead 299 across the board, and then we'll do another cabin pressure check.
No problem. UPS 375, contact Columbus approach on 124. Correction, 125.95.
Okay, differential pressures about 2/3 of the way up now. Cabin altitude still climbing at a normal rate and is at an expected altitude. We're expecting it to go up to about 6, I think. expecting it to go up to about 7. So
Cleveland Center, Caravan 428 Bravo Whiskey.
still got a couple thousand feet for that to
heading.
climb, and then the differential pressures level off just below the yellow mark as well. So far, so good.
Rolling to arrival, altimeter at Cleveland 2980.
All right, now the airport diagram, all the rest of this, we still need that. This is our descent. We got some expected altitudes.
5514, contact Cleveland Center 119.87.
1987, Brickyard 5514.
Who else checked in? I'm sorry.
Caravan 428 Bravo Whiskey, 7,000 present heading, vector
428 Bravo Whiskey, Cleveland Center, roger. You're on the wrong coast.
American
102.
Go ahead. American 102, Cleveland Center, guy.
I didn't call you. Okay, whatever.
Cleveland Center, Brickyard 5514 is 202 going to 230.
Brickyard 5514, Cleveland Center, hello, climbing gate level 230.
270, Brickyard 5514. Okie doke. Guys, don't forget we've got our slant artwork adventure happening as well. Our slant artwork adventure is a side project that we undertake on the stream to create an image that is roughly representative of the goings on of the evening. It ends up becoming our thumbnail when we upload the stream to YouTube later on. Since our event tonight is known as Things to Do in Ohio. Well, the thing that we're doing in Ohio, aside from passing through Columbus and saying hi to our friend Tin Dog, is going to visit Cedar Point and riding the roller coaster. We got the Buckeyes mascot behind us. If you guys want to add to or modify that image, what you do to get in on the action here is cash in 500 on the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And once you do that, once I have a moment, I will call your name, and you can then let me know in the chat what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. You can give me not a paragraph, but a few words or a simple sentence to let me know what you'd like to do to contribute incrementally to our image, and the later the stream gets, kind of the more off the rails it goes, but that's just the way that works. But that is what we call our slant artwork adventure. It is the way we collaborate together to create the thumbnail that you'll later find on YouTube when we upload this stream.
102, I have a hold for you if that's ready to copy. Second 102, hold over the brand intersection. Maintain 13,000 as published. Expect further clearance at 02000. Excuse, can you just repeat that one? No problem. American 102, hold over the Browns intersection as published. Maintain 13,000. Expect further clearance at 01.
Where are they holding for? We got a pretty good stream of traffic coming into Cleveland Hopkins. Akron's got some traffic on the ground, but not too much. Columbus has just got a decent amount of activity. Cleveland's Hopkins seems to be where all the action is tonight. What was the other one? Dayton, I think, was the other one that they were staffing up. Oh, that's over here. Yeah, a little bit of action there. So, yeah, the big international airport is where most of the folks went. Columbus kind of being the secondary one. But, yeah, they got a lot of local staffing all over the place. Dayton. What's FFO? Oh, wow, right, Patterson? Wilmington Airborne Air Park. Man, they got all their tower controllers up. Bolton Field, Rickenbacker, Columbus, OSU, Hopkins, of course, Akron. We got the raid coming in from the Spy Flight. Dave, thank you so kindly for the raid of the channel. We appreciate you. Everybody coming over from the spy flight. Hope that you all had a good one. I think that you all were supposed to have been coming into O'Hare earlier. We left from O'Hare. We stopped in Columbus, Ohio, and headed out to John F. Kennedy here in the BAe-146 JustFlight. A little fictional American Eagle trip. Two-hopper here in the BAe-146. Got the UNS-1, nice primitive flight management system there, so we do have RNAV capability, and contrary to what the Slant Alpha Adventures moniker means. Of course, I know Spy Flight used to go by 757 Spy, and then he stopped flying the 757. Well, I've pretty much stopped flying Slant Alpha, but I still call this thing Slant Alpha Adventures. But anyway, good to see you guys. Welcome. Pleasure to make your all's acquaintance. Dave, again, thanks for the raid. Thanks for the continued support, and I hope everybody enjoys. Go ahead and get comfortable. It's a pretty small aircraft. Only seats about 105, so might have a little bit of trouble finding a seat at this point. But do feel free to join us. And as soon as we get up to cruise, we'll get some refreshments coming around.
250, X-ray Charlie.
And I'll repeat just for the benefit of those who just joined, we got ELW stopped in, and you might have been here before, but Nudist 77's also stopped in to say hi. Just for the benefit of the guys who have just joined, in addition to the flight itself, we also have an activity that we call Slant Artwork Adventures. Now, to get in on it, you're going to have to start saving up those Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. But once you hit 500 of those, click the little button next to the alphabets. Hang on one second, guys. Voice is all scratchy for a second. I'll hold that thought. We are. Didn't seem to help. We are running the mix a little richer peak, by the way. Anyway, the Slant Artwork Adventure. So once you get 500 of those Twitch channel points, you're more than welcome to cash in 500 there at the bottom of the chat panel. What happens is we put an image description into ChatGPT to have it create a funny, silly image that somehow represents what we're doing on that evening's stream. And then what you guys do once you cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points is you guys have the opportunity to suggest an addition or a modification to that image. So since we stopped in through Columbus, Ohio, figured we'd take a side trip with the furry co-pilots up to Cedar Point, and then we got Brutus, the Ohio State mascot, Brutus the Buckeye, kind of riding in the roller coaster behind us. So if you want to add to that image or modify that image somehow, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points. And then once I call your name, you can let me know what you'd like to do to add your contribution. Not a paragraph, but a few words or a simple sentence to let me know what your contribution to that image would like to be. And then when we upload the stream to YouTube later, it gets saved as the thumbnail for all of posterity. So we'll rebug the cruise speed that we're looking for here. We got up to our cruise altitude, get the fasten seatbelt signs off. We'll do one more cabin pressurization check. So the cabin altitude now sitting at 7, no longer climbing, and the differential pressure is under the cutoff mark, so everything is good. And we should be above where any icing could happen. So let's turn these off and just fingers crossed we don't encounter any more icing warnings, but we'll just keep half an eye on the gauge right on the warning panel right about here. See if that should recur. I think, below a certain temperature it really shouldn't, but in this aircraft we tend to see the warning even when we aren't expecting it. The TMS is telling us we should push the throttles a little bit forward in order to maintain that climb power. But since we're just about to drop it into cruise power, I'm not going to worry about that. Greetings from the flight deck, and here's an update. We have reached our cruise altitude at 27,000 feet. We've turned off the fasten seatbelt signs, and the cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and New York-style pizza. So sit back, relax, enjoy the flight. We'll give you an update on the weather situation in New York once we are getting ready to start our descent there. In the meantime, thanks again for flying along with us on American Eagle Flight 5514 service to New York John F. Kennedy. Alright, so there's our cruise speed, rather. Let's pop it down to 690 on the turbine gas temps. TGT is what that stands for, although I call it the target mode because it allows you to set a target turbine gas temp, so the abbreviation kind of works either way. Okay, got the sticks moved down. The box is now telling me I don't have to move them. It's going to now take the rest of that, fine-tune it until they're all spitting out exactly 690 degrees. And so now we just need to watch and see if the speed continues to drift up. I'm just going to set the bubble to where it's right centered where it happens to sit, but we'll see if it's drifting up or drifting down. Yeah, the ground speed's still drifting up a little bit. So let's, before that gets out of hand, and we start setting off all kinds of overspeed warnings like we did on the first leg, let's knock that down 10 degrees and see what that happens. See what effect that has on us. Tim says, I was already here, but I was also in the spy raid. So there you go. Tim, you're two places at once, man. And plus you were on Columbus ground. You're everywhere, man. How many of you are there? I've met you, although I recall there was only one.
Okay, bye. Number 222.
And we're still picking up a knot or two of ground speed as we go here. So let's go ahead and knock that down 10 more degrees.
And I'm sorry, who was it that's looking for descent?
Air Canada 714.
Alright, Air Canada 714, descent maintain 10,000. The Cleveland limit is on.
Okay, keep an eye on that. See if it.
Maintain 10,000.
If it drifts up anymore, we're going to start getting that overspeed. Yeah, it's still drifting up. Good gracious. This plane just wants to fly today.
Alright, I've got it now. Air Canada 714, Columbus, altimeter 2982.
Just put it at 650 for now, see what happens. I hear you, Tim. I hear you. Kind of want the speed to settle back down a knot or two so we're not constantly flirting with that overspeed warning again.
Frontier flight 9119, expect for the clearance at 0155 Zulu.
Yeah, so Tim says I got my CRC and TeamSpeak louder than the Twitch streams. Yeah, fair enough. Got a good virtual mixer going, so you got the
0200.
Got your priorities balanced. Alright, yeah, it's still sitting a little bit higher than I want it. Come over here, we'll knock it down another 10 degrees.
0205 refractory train.
Southwest 1932, I have a hold for you, advisor, just copy.
Alrighty, Southwest 1932.
Southwest 1932, hold over the...
Quite a bit more fuel on the right side than the left side.
Intersection.
I wonder if... see, I haven't been able to successfully figure out how to fix that. I wonder... I think it's...
We'll hold ground that published, sorry. And
turn that on. The last time I tried that, my left engine just shut off.
Alright,
I think it's working. I think it's working. I think I was using a different crossfeed switch. Common feed, I don't know.
Yeah, it's 2160, contact Cleveland, 125.42 today. 2542, see it?
Yeah, that seemed like it was a bad thing. Okay, I still got 4 engines functioning. 2519.
Second 1022,
18.
Pause for a second there.
Okay, this is still... So 5200, that's a 16. So it seems like we're still losing volume here, but
no problem.
At a slower rate than here. So that's kind of what we want.
No problem, welcome back.
So we'll run in that configuration for a little bit. Yeah, so we've lost 6 pounds on this side, but we've lost 20 pounds on this side. Yeah, okay. All right, that's good. I think when I tried that previously, I must have just not been doing this. I didn't have this switch on. All right, cool. Now we know. Yeah, almost 10 p.m. Just another hour to go. Oh my gosh, we got a second raid coming in. We got the raid coming over from Scotty to Hottie. Thank you very kindly, Scotty. We appreciate the raid. Hope that everybody was having fun on the Scotty to Hottie channel. Whatever you were up to this evening. Okay, looks like our speed has settled in back to where we want it, so we'll leave that alone. Monster ST is here. M. Glickman is here. Mustix is here. Good to see you guys. And thank you very kindly for the raid, Scotty. Psychic Taco did Sim Update 5 cause hiccups for the RJ. I don't know, except for I wasn't able to use the little pop-up keyboard to type the values in for the fuel and the passenger numbers. It started in a weird state too, but that's happened to us before. But this was the first time I had any issues with that little pop-up. It's almost like a calculator keyboard. Like when you click on a fuel tank, you have to type in the number that you want it to be filled to. So we wound up just having to click on plus and minus a bunch of times, but the good news was you click on that rapidly, it kind of stepped up in big increments. So it worked okay. But yeah, that was the only really bizarre thing. But we did have that bug that we've encountered occasionally with this plane, even prior to the update, where it just starts up in a weird state. We selected cold and dark, but still some of the switches up top were all on or whatever. Not as bad as we've experienced that before, but I don't know if that's related to Sim Update 5 or not. I honestly don't know if either situation was related to Sim Update 5 or not. Scotty resubbed as well. Thank you very kindly for the continued support of the channel, Scotty. Excuse me, pardon me. Guys, it's the subscriptions and the gift subs and the cheer bits and the donations that keep the monthly raffle drawings going, keep the other special giveaways that we do on the channel. Of course, it's coming up on the 8th anniversary of the stream. We're going to do a big giveaway night for that with probably $150 worth of prizes for that. So thank you, Scotty, for your contribution. It almost all comes back to you guys in terms of the giveaways that we do, monthly raffle drawings and other giveaways that we do on the channel. We do a March Madness tournament. We have in the past on a Super Bowl pool. We got some hype train action coming. We got some cheer bits coming from ELW. Well, thank you so kindly for that. And Cyber Whiskey stopped into the chat. So, yeah, thank you guys. We appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Tim Dog throwing in some cheer bits, too. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Truly, truly appreciate it. When we, of course, we were talking earlier, you guys that just came over on Scotty's raid. You didn't hear me say this, but I'll say it again. We got a side activity. I'm just kind of glancing at the fuel balance. We got a side activity that we do on this channel called Slant Artwork Adventure. And that is a activity where we create the thumbnail that ends up becoming our YouTube thumbnail when we upload this to YouTube later. So we throw a one-sentence description in the ChatGPT at the very beginning of the stream. Creates an image that is related to what we're doing that day in some way. And what then happens is, once I show it to you, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, and then once you do that, I'll call your name and you can tell me what you would like to do to modify or add to that image. We got some more activity happening. I'll come back to that in a moment. But the Slant Artwork Adventure, since we stopped over in Columbus, Ohio, figured we'd take a little side trip up to Cedar Point with the furry co-pilots and myself, riding one of the big roller coasters up at Cedar Point with Brutus the Buckeye riding behind us. So if you want to add to that image or modify that image somehow, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, and aka the alphabets points, and then let me know what you'd like to do once I call your name. What was the latest one? Say again, Jim, tossing in some cheer bits. So thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate all the financial support. This is never, ever intended to be something that I do for a living. Money that comes into the stream, you know, as much of it as possible comes right back to you guys in terms of monthly giveaways and other special drawings and giveaways that we do on the channel that are really just for you. And it's the gift subs and the subscriptions and the cheer bits and the donations that keep all that up and running. Thanks so much.
Air Canada 714, contact approach now 125.95.
Okay, cruise speed still looking nice, settled in, so I think we finally got that dialed in where we wanted, at least for now. And just trying to keep a good eye on this fuel balance situation. We've still got about 500 more pounds on the right than the left. I don't want to overshoot, burn all the fuel out of our right tank, and end up with the left one being too heavy. So we'll have to definitely keep making sure that we're checking back on that. Fortunately, we got a nice status light down here at the bottom of the warning panel to let us have a reminder that that's going on. But you know, on this channel, it's just as common that I forget all about that, and I fix a fuel imbalance by creating a worse one. And I've seen that happen enough times on this channel. I was just going to do that. Yep. Was just going to do that. It's become a bit of a meme on this channel. Sad to say.
Cleveland Center, Fortress flying 460.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier, but we are, we do have the mix slightly enriched, we'll say.
Alright, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, well, we got the gauges down here too, so yeah, we can visually see that these are, strangely enough, these are in kilograms rather than pounds. But we can definitely see we got a little bit more on the right than the left. So we're going to continue to run a few feet open. Yeah, that makes sense. Nice to have that indicator right there. So we're going to continue to run it imbalanced until that gets back down to nearly identical.
Oh, sorry, from the 9119, Lydia.
Okay, 9119, thank you. Re-clear to the Cleveland Airport via last routine cleared when able to proceed direct to ground.
Able to proceed direct to ground from the 9119, and I think I missed something.
Yeah, you're re-cleared to Cleveland Airport via last routine cleared. Descend via the ground for arrival landing south to the Cleveland altimeter 2980.
Ground floor arrival, landing south.
Alright, well, I'll tell you what. Let us start kind of getting, put nav over here, VNav over here. We don't have any any programmed altitudes until CATOD at 3,000, which is on the approach. The star that we have selected, I forget what it's called, starts with a P. The Pucky. Pucky 1 arrival. It does not have, it's not a profile descent. 2542, Brickhead, 5514. 2542, 2542. 2542. So the Pucky arrival does not have any altitudes, firm altitude restrictions along the way. It's got some expected altitudes, but they would not, one of the expected altitude, they would not be able to say descend via the Pucky 1 arrival, because they would have to tell us cross Geno at and maintain flight level 230, or cross Pucky at and maintain flight level 190, speed 250 knots. You know, just because this chart says to expect that doesn't mean that that's what we're assigned. So you can't, if they say descend via the Pucky 1, they've given you an incorrect instruction. There's no descend via without those firm, specific altitudes that you must be at. Expect does not cut it. But they will likely give us one of these, and then we'll punch that into the VNav here on the UNS-1, and it's more than capable of giving us guidance to that. We'll just have to manually program that in once we get to that point. See, right now it's telling us we would need to descend at 700 feet per minute to reach this CAT by 3. Whatever point we plug in here, it will give us a target descent rate to reach that. And it's also telling us right now we can stay at our current altitude for another 177 miles before starting to descend to CAT. And at that point, this 700 feet per minute will have increased to 2,000 feet per minute because that's our target. Let's check in with Cleveland. Cleveland Center, Brickyard 5514, flight level 270.
Brickyard 5514, Cleveland Center, roger. Are you happy there at 270? You want higher?
Can't do higher in this aircraft.
Yes, sir. Okay. Get you back to the other.
Notice we did not answer his question. Are we happy at 270? Yeah. Here's what it is.
Yeah, it's 55, cross Brandon, that maintain level 270. You got a 255, cross Brandon, that maintain level 270.
Brandon at 270, and you think it's possible to step out the cockpit for approximately 5 minutes?
I just saw that white light on and was reminded that we're still running an asymmetrical fuel configuration at the moment. So this is now dipped slightly below 20, and we're just still above 20 here. What is that in terms of net? Kind of cheating to have this over here. So the differential is now 320.
Yeah, I'm direct decker right now. I'm going to follow the hold there.
Okay, that was your clearance limit, not your routing. But it'll work. Okay.
Roger, sorry about that.
Hold it 2597, descent at miles discretion, maintain flight level 260. Descent flight level 262, 2082. Frontier flight 328, we got holding at Cleveland if you want to start slowing it up. Roger, holding at Cleveland, Frontier flight 328, do you know how long you're going to be moving for? American 800, going to maintain flight level 330.
330, American 800.
Yeah, it doesn't look, it's looked like it's thinned out a little.
That was 420, 1902, climbing
a little bit coming into Cleveland, but now it's still a pretty good.
514, are you still here?
Hey, firm.
Alright, I misread your tag. Never mind, stay with me. Okay. Flight 3170, contact Cleveland approach 124.0.
Sure. I wasn't going anywhere, but okay. Yeah, so they got a pretty good stream of arrivals coming in from the north and west there. These guys all coming in.
Absolutely. So 1292 is
yeah, they're looping these guys around. These guys too. Yeah. Okay, so this whole string here.
Cleveland, direct tribe of arrival. Cleveland Charlie arrival. American Center, 80, 100.
Nice little flying whole path there. That's perfect. It's not good. That's pretty nice looking as well.
Senate maintain 16000, Cathay 82. The Cleveland Hopkins altimeter 200 Eastern.
Yeah, so I think they're.
Local background maintain level 410.
And I guess these guys from the south. Yeah, they're spinning those guys. Oh, we know that guy. Sky 173. So yeah, these guys coming from the south are kind of headed up toward them as well.
Cleveland Center Grenade Tower 420, flight level 222, climbing 230.
So I've got I guess they've got.
Ground 420, Cleveland Center, climb maintain level 330. Climb maintain 330,
Yeah, 35 still scheduled inbound, so it's not tear your hair out kind of Friday night ops, but it's busy. And certainly if it's still Still 35, and it's only 50 minutes left in the event. Yeah, then that's going to be pushing capacity for that.
Over 2597, quick.
All right, we got it. Best of luck to you, Vince.
Figure 5514, contact New York Center 125, pressure 132.16.
Was it 3217, you said?
That's what I said the second time, and that's correct.
Okay, 3217, Brickyard 5514, we'll see you.
UPS 122, contact Toronto Center 125.77.
125.77. Thank you.
Cross view at Atherton Field, flammable 340, just confirmation.
Justice 22516, cross Corsa, Atherton containment 10,000, Elmira, altimeter 2986.
Yeah, so the right tank is catching up with the left tank. Let's see what the differential is, just out of curiosity. I mean, this is kind of cheating to watch this here this way, but I'm just curious because this is the first time I've run it this way. So the differential's really only 200 pounds of change, right? So it's definitely getting evened out. Oh, that's good though. I mean, I guess the key was this this crossfeed switch right here was the key. I tried it before. I obviously missed that. New York Center, Brickyard 5514-270.
5514, yeah. Justice 697, contact Cleveland Center 125.
Okay, so the differential's just under 200 pounds at this point.
697, ordinary. American 1289, contact K Tower 119.1.
19-1 now, American 1289, good evening.
Good evening.
Alright, I think I started to say this a little bit ago, but let's start
401, heavy descent and maintain 4,000.
Start updating our briefing into New York. We need the extender? No, we're rebalancing it, Bella. We're rebalancing it right to left, and it's the first time I've successfully done that in this aircraft. So now I'm just paranoid that I'm going to do what I always do, which is just let it run asymmetrically for the rest of the night and land with one tank dragging on the ground. Anyway. That. 150 at 5, 2993. They are still landing 31 right and left.
1014, New York Center, hello, you do direct Merit, climb and maintain 17,000.
Information Lima.
Direct Merit, climb and maintain 17,000.
And as we said, we feel like because we don't really know for sure what approach we're going to get, but because this particular arrival brings it in over this point to Vatter, and it's kind of a right downwind to Kennedy, we kind of figure we're most likely going to end up on the right side runway. So that's, I've got 31 left and 31 right up here, but 31 right is just the one I'm guessing will be assigned to us. It's the one that we have programmed into the FMC. What we should start doing is dialing it into the radios as well, so that I'm prepared for it if that's what we get assigned, but then if we do get switched to the left side, then we'll just have to rebrief the entire thing. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to try one more time to get my throat cleared out here.
County 200, climb and maintain level 300.
Positive 00, time center.
Oh, I think that made it worse than better. I started to waterboard myself slightly. These gauges still show that the right one's a little higher, the left one's a little lower still. By the tablet, the differential's only 105 or so at this point, right? So almost there.
Too close. Come right behind me.
Alright, anyway. Oh, look, our ground speed has surged up again. Our indicated airspeed slightly above the bubble, and our ground speed has surged up again. So let's take the turbine gas temp target and knock that down another 20 degrees or so. Alright, let's plan for 3-1 right, and then we'll see what happens. The other thing is, where are we parking? We're parking up on this corner here, so 3-1 right, I guess, gives us a slightly shorter taxi, although nearly equidistant, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, let's start dialing in the radios for 3-1 right, just to have it ready, in case that is indeed what we get and be ahead of the game. 111.5. And 314.
Center, good evening. Kite Tuner is level 280, Clement 300. Nice, we'd like to put a request for 340 table.
If we end up going missed, it's straight to 1800, then left to 4000 on the 113.1 and 207. So 4000, straight to 13, left to 4. One 113.1 and 207. The minimums 200 above ground level, 212 mean sea level. Obviously, there's a bit. Geno at 230, Brickyard 5514. Obviously, there's a bit of there's a potential for a little bit of variation between ground elevation at the missed approach point and the runway threshold, but there's not going to be a whole lot. So I think if we set 250 on the alerter rather than 200, that'll be plenty of buffer to account for any of that variance.
Traffic set your, we'll call it 1 o'clock 10 miles or so westbound, a 1%er at flight level 3 exterior. We did some cruise level, put 15 on back turn.
Alright, now the speed's dropped off dramatically, so let's get it back up there. How's our fuel balance is good. So let's come up top. Pumps back on. Feed shut. And then let's get that vertical clearance entered. Geno is item 11, and it was 23,000 feet. Enter. So 54 miles until we need to start descending. If we were to start descending now, we would only need to descend at 450 feet per minute to get there. Oops, we can re-enter the 2,000. So yeah, if we were to start descending now, we'd only have to descend at 500 a minute to get there. If we wait another 50 miles, this will slowly but surely drift up to 2,000. And yeah, and that's when we'll start descending. But we have, in fact, been cleared down to 230. Go ahead and put that in the selector. However, I'm not going to arm that and change my vertical modes just yet. Weather, temperature's 12. What is that in real people numbers? Mid-50s. Very light winds. Scattered and broken. Okay, so we'll call it mostly cloudy skies. Light winds, mostly cloudy. Low 50s, is that what I said? Yeah, mid-50s, I guess. Mid-50s, mostly cloudy, light winds. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then do we have... So we got a tower controller at Kennedy, but not any other local staffing, but we can at least get that dialed in and ready to go. 19-1.
2990, Beatty at 10, American Hunter.
That staffing may change by the time we get there, but we'll have it dialed in and ready to go. Just in case. 19. Alright, so are we balanced now?
Fly high 1115.
Yeah, looking to be fairly balanced. Tablets.
12542, fly 1115 today.
Yeah, we're 10 pounds off. Okay, we'll take that. Alright, speed kind of came back up to where we wanted it. Let's drop the temp down 10 degrees just to make sure we don't overspeed here. Alright, and what's the goal on landing number 2? Landing number 2's goal was not to overflare, just a gentle, almost imperceptible nose up. Almost always overflare this aircraft. Alright. Straight to... If we do indeed end up on the 31 right, straight to 18 left to 4. Approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach altitude straight to 18 left to 4. Minimum set. V speeds we'll get when we get a little closer. The crosswinds. It's going to be a 5-knot tailwind in compressor position, but that's tolerable.
Yeah, we're burning a lot of fuel.
Yeah, ceiling is not going to be a factor. The cloud bases are all pretty high up, above 10,000. Yeah, cloud bases are above 10,000, so if that observation holds up, we'll be fine there. And then left-hand turn off if we make it all successfully. Alright, let's knock it down 10 degrees again. And then how are we on top of descent? Yeah, pretty much there. Let's go ahead and get our seatbelt signs on. And what's our current speed? So we do want to drop to about 280 indicated when we start to descend, so we'll get ready to do that. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs, so we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The cabin crew is going to come around with the the cabin crew is going to come around one last time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. And we are just about to start our descent into New York. The weather they're showing in the mid-50s, mostly cloudy skies with light winds, and we expect to be on the ground there in just about 25 to 30 minutes. Thanks again for riding along with us on American Eagle Flight 5514 service to New York John F. Kennedy Airport. Alright, there we go. Arm. Descent. And sink. Bring the speeds down. I gotta remember to do the pressurization this time. So once we get to 280, we'll capture the indicated airspeed. There it is. And the landing altitude at Kennedy is basically nothing, so we'll go ahead and get that dialed into there accordingly. Alright, 280 is right where we want to be, so we'll center up the speed bug there. And we want to be descending at 2,600 feet a minute to make our target, so I'm going to pull just a little bit of throttle out.
Okay, Sprint 540, just running up this US 340, right?
Yeah, that would be correct. 340 at VU, Air Sprint 548.
Air Sprint 548, Roger, thanks. You can contact Cleveland Center 125.42.
Looks like we're actually going to overshoot just a little bit because it wants us to rocket down at almost 3,000 feet a minute now, so we're just going to end up just slightly high. Update the ATIS information. Leading us still, okay. Alright, well, we're about to level off at 230 after Geno, as instructed. But now I'm going to add some throttle back in to make sure that we are keeping 280 knots. We don't want to slam the brakes just yet.
American 800, come out to New York, approach 128.55.
2855, American 800, see you.
That's likely going to be our handoff as well. Get that dialed in. It may or may not. He might be going to a different airport in New York than we are, but just to have it ready, we'll tune it in. Possibly one step ahead of the game now.
Brickyard 5514, cross Kentucky at and maintain flight level 190 at 250 knots.
Alright, Pucky 190, speed 250 knots, Brickyard 5514. Okay. So
Here, I'm getting American 1574, sending Carlos departure.
American 1574, New York Center, cross the Harrisburg DOR out of main flight level 190, stay altitude.
Roger, cross.
okay, we've been cleared down to 19,000.
Okay. Delta 322, contact Washington Center 133.72. Good night.
133.72, Delta 322.
Cleared down to 19,000. But we don't need to start down until 27 miles from now. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could start now and just descend at a more gradual rate. Matter of fact, if we need to change from 280 to 250 when we get there, that might not be a bad idea. So let's do that.
Comment on the email, Washington Center 133.72. Good night.
3372, kind of tuned.
Range is any better on the roughness, by the way?
Yeah, about 20 knots faster.
Okay, so we're going to start.
November
254 Quebec, New York Center, the evening cross. Geno at and maintain flight level 230.
Again to November 54 Quebec.
November 254 Quebec, cross Geno at and maintain flight level 230.
A little bit more throttle in. We're going to just capture just as the arrow stabilizes at 750 feet per minute. Actually, let's just kick it out of indicated airspeed hold. Just trim up just a little bit manually.
Brickyard 5514, come off New York Central 125.32. Good night.
2532, Brickyard 5514. Alright, 2532, 2532, 2532, 2532. At Pucky. New York Center Brickyard 5514 is 213 for 190 at Pucky.
Brickyard 5514, New York, Roger, plan the ILS 31 right.
Okay, we'll plan the ILS runway 31 right, lead information, leave Brickyard 5514.
In New York Center, checking the radio, Echo tells the possibility to get a right on 282. We're trying to go for the runway 24.
Okay, so it wants us to descend to 650. Let's kick it out of vertical speed.
Thank you, Echo.
Trim up just a tiny little bit. Okay, so now the plane's maintaining the 650 for us. And then we can just slam it when we get to Pucky. Pucky in 16 miles. That's when we'll need to slow it down. So for right now, the speed's fine, but when we get to Pucky, that's what the speed's going to need to be. Little funk on a Friday, Melvin says. Yeah.
Echo Hotel, contact New York
Little
approach
soup.
12855.
29903.
12855, New York approach, and negative Echo Hotel. Good night.
So, just as a reminder, we'll set the standby altimeter to that, just to save me from having to go back and glance at VPilot again.
Brickyard 5514, depart Pucky, heading 180, vector ILS 31 right.
Alright, after Pucky, heading 180 for the ILS 31 right, Brickyard 5514.
GPS 1215, contact Boston Center 134.7.
134.7,
American 893, contact Boston Center 134.7.
Okay, 6.
33.7, American 893.
Mad Dog Lexi, we're going to start a rap battle. Yeah.
347.
If you can manage to pull that off in the stream chat, all power to
New
you.
York Center 16482, flight level 340, final 360. Of the 2042, New York Center, roger.
That's a 3-1 right is
New York,
indeed what we
American
were assigned.
24, flight level
So that's
320.
good.
American 5024, New York Center, roger.
Alright, we're leveling at 19. And let's bang it into heading mode now. And presumably we can go ahead and switch over to the radios.
Brickyard 5514, descend and maintain 16,000. The Kennedy altimeter is 29991.
2991 down to 16,000, Brickyard 5514. Okay, and since we are going to need to pull the engines into idle, we're going to go ahead and get some APU power. Going to preemptively get anti-icing on.
300 Kennedy, 5 bar to LA, please. Do you have legal?
250, indicated airspeed capture.
America 300, New York, cleared LA, score, 5 departure, Yankee transition, radar vector code as filed, climb via SID, squawk 3026.
A little bit of throttle back in it.
4-5 departure, Yankee transition, radar contact, radar vector to quote. Climb via SID, squawk 3026, American 300.
There's a video game called Friday Night Funkin' that has to do with rap battles. Oh, you missed me on that one. I'm generally pretty good with the pop culture references. That one went.
Information Lima, taxi runway 31 left.
Gulfstream, Lima Charlie 31 left, taxi via Quebec, Bravo, Juliet Zulu, cross to right.
Alright, Quebec, Bravo. Man, I messed that one up, didn't I? Quebec, Bravo, Kilo. No. Yeah, say it again, please.
Quebec, Bravo, Juliet Zulu.
Alright, Quebec, Bravo, Juliet, cross, we're left. Gulfstream, 345, Lima Charlie.
Radar 5514, descend and maintain 13,000.
And then a 13,000, Brickyard 5514.
Clear center double 150, radar check.
5.
Thank you.
Yeah, ELW, there's a little bit more my speed. ELW says Saturday night's alright for fighting. Tim says it's been steady traffic. Tim was our ground.
14, descend and maintain 12,000.
Got a 12,000, Brickyard 5514. Tim was our ground controller over at Columbus. He said there's been steady traffic, but not overwhelming. Yeah, good. Good that you had a good event over there, Tim. We enjoyed stopping in and talking to you. Mad Dog says, hats off to the controllers for being willing to accommodate me being non-RNAV in the F-28. Yeah, and I did that for many, many years. We're coming up on the 8th anniversary of the stream. It's only been within the last year or so, year to year and a half, that I kind of gave up on doing that to them every time, just because the more and more VORs get decommissioned and the more and more conventional airways get decommissioned, the more and more we're kind of putting them out to do that, especially on the busier events that I like to fly in. So I just got to a point where I was like, well, I'm not going to do this to them every single week. I'm going to, I'm going to capitulate, cave. I'm cleared down to 12. But yeah, every once in a while it's fun to kind of go back to those routes and, and if you're not doing it to them all the time, and if you're willing to accept that, hey, sometimes they're going to lose you in the shuffle, sometimes they're going to have to deprioritize you a little bit. If you're willing to work with them, then
5514, descend and maintain 8,000.
Down to 8,000 now, Brigade 5514.
American 1724, contact New York Center 132.17.
I'm willing to read the room a little bit, as I like to say.
3217 for American.
And normally you're fine. Good fixins is here. Only good fixins.
Upwind 2482, contact New York Center 132.17.
Yeah, Mad Dog says it is starting to be really sad. I limit myself to airports with non-RNAV procedures. And Dayton's stars non-RNAV. Newark's is non-RNAV, so worked out. I do mostly fly RNAV planes, but I do prefer classic aircraft overall. Yeah, no, indeed. So it's the same thing here. I try to. I figure the UNS-1 and the JustFlight BAe-146 is a nice compromise. It's certainly not the most modern RNAV system, right? If we're coming down through 10, we can get landing lights, forward-facing lights. We did, yeah, we did get the APU started. APU air can come on.
Information Lima, just in case you want it.
Bleed power off, and then we can.
3
3-1 left for departure.
Yeah, I don't know why. 2 right in person, but in real life, but I guess whatever floats the game, so.
That's why I have to make sure. Figure 5514, flying 130, center maintain 3000.
Alright, 130 down to 3000, Brickyard 5514.
You're 345 Lima Charlie. It's 3-1 left, right? Because the chart says 2-2 right. I'm just a little... I don't understand that.
Okay, you were assigned 3-1 left, so taxi 231 left.
Okay, 3-1 left. 345 Lima Charlie.
Slowly pulling the throttles back.
65, New York's gonna run.
Keep a good descent rate going. Guys, it's about that time. Why don't you start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent.
5514, sliding 040.
040, Brickyard 5514. Some numbers into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel starts runway surface. No bot command necessary on this channel for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way.
I'm sorry, Center 345 Lima Charlie. You can take the right on Alpha here if you'll give it to us for intersections for the pulling.
And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate route.
Roger, you can join the Kilo Echo there.
Kilo Echo 345 Lima Charlie.
Circuit 300 with Lima ready for taxi at Kennedy.
Circuit 300, 31 left, taxi Bravo, Juliet, Zulu, cross 22 right.
31 left, via Bravo, Juliet, Zulu, cross 22 right, American 300.
Three 4-5 Lima Charlie fully ready, 3-1 left.
345 Lima Charlie, wind 1405, 31 left, Kilo Echo, clear for takeoff.
31 left, Kilo Echo, cover the wind, clear for takeoff.
Alright.
345 Lima Charlie, thanks.
Bear with me, guys. So yeah, keep on putting the predictions in. Closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. And no bot command, minus sign optional. And yeah, bear with me as I get the plane safely down for you, friends. At this point, we do need to get the continuous ignition on and the TMS off, and I think everything else is good. Well, the other things we can do, let's see, up top here, PTU and AC pump on. Yeah, we were just here not too long ago. We flew up to Bayport, Long Island, and then we flew to Republic.
Gulf Stream 5 going to try for that left turn now. Please.
Not too often that I fly into Kennedy on the stream, but
left turn 3.
Decided to make an exception tonight. O'Hare, you know, we don't do a lot of ops at O'Hare, and then which Columbus, Ohio. We do we have
14 sliding 340, maintain 3000 until established. Clear Island 3 on right.
340, 3000 until established and clear for the Dallas runway 31 right approach. We have Brickyard 5514. Forgot who I was for a second.
Riser armed. Glide slope armed.
Okay, still at 250 knots, but we're also still 15 miles out.
New York Center, Gulfstream 345 Lima Charlie, airborne 3500.
Gulfstream 5 Lima Charlie, thanks. Fly heading 180, climb maintain 7,000.
187,000, Gulfstream 345 Lima Charlie, sorry about that.
No problem.
Autopilot disconnected.
Alright, and it's going to be my airplane, friends. Go ahead and set the bugs for flaps 30. We'll maintain 3,000. Bring the speed down just a little bit.
We got 5514, wind 1405, 31 right, good land.
Good land 31 right, Brickyard 5514. Okay, so I guess tower controller's gone.
345, Charlie, turn left, direct to Merritt, and maintain 17,000.
Alright, left direct to Merritt, 17,000, 345 Lima Charlie.
Alright, got the runway in sight. Turned a little short to the localizer.
Glide slope captured.
Glide slope's coming in as well. Okay, flight director should be giving us good guidance. 9 miles out, we can start bringing the speed down.
Established on the ILS.
The brakes a little bit here.
JetBlue 470, cross news at maintain flight level 270. Cross news at maintain flight level 270, JetBlue 470.
Speed checked below 205.
2,500.
Flaps 18.
Okay, speed brake stowed, flaps out, gear coming out. Continue to let the speed fall off.
JetBlue 199 on my frequency.
Gracefully, we don't need to rush it.
Speed checked below 180. Select flaps 24.
8,800 for 10,000.
Strike 35, clear direct park, maintain 17,000.
Clear direct park, maintain 17,000, FedEx 35 heavy.
One more knot for flaps to go.
Gulfstream 5 Charlie, contact Bob, center 134.7.
Getting blown just a little bit to the right.
13475 Lima Charlie, good night.
Or, just, yeah, blown a little bit to the left, correcting back to the right.
Contact Boston 134.7.
Not too violently, though. Alright, we're 3.5 miles out. Let's go ahead and get landing flaps set. Get down to our final approach speed. Last call for the landing rate predictions, friends. Once again, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. Bot command not necessary. Don't need the minus sign either necessarily. Alright, gear stand green, landing flap set and checked. Straight to 18, right to 4,000 if we go missed. Go ahead and set the 4,000 over here.
JetBlue 199, New York, thanks. Cross brig at 4,000, the Philly altimeter.
And our left hand turn off if we make it down successfully.
Cross brig
A little bit below glide, a little bit above speed, a little bit left to center line. All things correctable. Still plenty of time to mess up. And let's not overflare. Just
500.
imperceptible lift of the nose.
Climb and maintain flight level 280, FedEx A35 heavy.
Back at 300, ready to go at 31 left.
Back at 300, wind
Plus
405, 31 left, clear for takeoff.
31 left, clear for takeoff, back at 300.
Minimums. Minimums. $50.
FedEx A35,
40.
contact New York Center,
30.
132.17.
20.
Over to center. Over to center,
10.
132.17, FedEx A35 heavy. Have a good night.
See ya.
Flared a little late that time. And the effort. And the effort not to flare early, I flared late. It's okay though. Mostly happy with it.
Yeah, 221, runway 31 left, taxi at Bravo, Juliet Zulu, cross 22 right.
Bravo, Juliet Zulu, cross 22 right, Asiana 221.
Figure 5514, welcome. Which terminal are you looking for?
Oh, it's gate 43. I forget that's the one. That's the hat on the Concourse Charlie, I guess it's called.
Alright, you can turn left on Alpha. See you later.
Alright, left on Alpha over to Concourse Charlie. Brigade 5514. We'll see you.
The time's at 415 New York. Maintain flight level 370. November 25, we'll come back with you. 5190. 254 Quebec, thanks. Depart Pucky heading 180. Expect a visual 31 left approach.
Alright, I'm not sure where we wound up.
Depart Pucky heading 180, vectors for the visual 31 left.
Depart Pucky at 180 for the visual 31 left.
Watch for American 300 at 1,000 for 5,000 via SID.
American 300, thanks. Ready to contact. Maintain 1000.
1,000 American 300.
Okay.
254 Quebec, you have like an old arrival.
Yeah, Bravo's the outer ring,
so
Alpha's the inner ring.
Lendy heading 180.
So I think this is the one we want, I'm pretty sure.
Lendy 180, number 254 Quebec, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Lendy 8 arrival.
Flaps and speed brakes stowed.
15 months ago.
Flight director's off. TA and RA off.
Set to make Echo cleared to the Gulf Hotel Gulf Airport.
Strobes landing.
Radar vector Madison.
Turn off. Taxi on.
Maintain 2000. Squawk 1065.
And then let's figure out definitively where we are here. So what I want is a left on Tango Alpha.
This is Condor to Papa. We're at JFK here, ready for taxi 31 left.
There's Tango Bravo. Okay, so Tango Alpha will be the next left.
Bridgehaven 1 departure.
This is okay. This is our gate up here.
Advise, ready for taxi, and expect runway 29er. For Quebec, descend and maintain 16,000. Can the altimeter 29993.
Descend 16,000, 29993.
American 300, climb maintain 17,000.
17,000, American 300.
Okay, so this next left, and then it's kind of the first gate on the east side of the little knob there.
040.
Heading 040.
Entering the ramp, we'll go taxi light off. Definitely landed during the golden hour.
Condor 2 Papa,
that's kind of what we planned on.
Taxi 31 left. Condor 2 Papa, runway 31 left, taxi Bravo, Juliet Zulu, cross 22 right.
Alright, and then
Alright, Bravo, Juliet Zulu, cross 22 right for 2 Papa.
Let's double check we got all the
Roger, 4 Charlie.
taxi items.
Speed
brakes and flaps are stowed.
Virgin 4 Charlie, runway 31
Flight
left.
director's off, landing strobe, runway exit lights, continuous ignition. That's the one I always forget in this aircraft. That's now done. Weather radar, that can come off.
Taxi Alpha Juliet Zulu cross 22 right, Virgin 4 Charlie.
And transponder, I think we did already.
New York Center, Delta 168. Quick question. I know push is at discretion, but can you give me somewhere to push in Terminal 4? It's a pretty sticky situation to get out of here.
Sorry, what exactly do you need? Which taxiway to enter to leave the ramp?
Yeah, I guess just to get out of here, because I'm a pretty big aircraft and I don't want to push too far back into the tower.
Okay, I'm not sure how I can help you with that.
Is that a static player, or is that a static aircraft, or is that a? Yeah, so that's not a VATSIM player.
Number 254 Quebec, descend and maintain 1 to 3000.
That's just flight sim.
254 Quebec,
effing with me. So we'll just go ahead.
Cross Jim's at 8000.
We'll go ahead and taxi right up into this guy.
Cross Jim's at 8000, JetBlue 199.
Yeah, I swear, if you look on VATSIM radar, I am the only one here at this terminal. So I'm just gonna, I guess I gotta pull up a little further. So I.
New York Center, good evening. Calum 646
there we go.
Heavy.
That'll work.
JFK, ready to taxi. Calum 646 Heavy, runway 3.
The outside view is gonna look a little funky,
Juliet
but.
Zulu, cross 22 right.
But I promise you, I'm the only one at this gate. So.
Right, then 3 Calum 646.
Alright, anyway, let's run through the turnaround checklist real quick, and then we'll shut the plane down after we've kind of checked all our numbers here, but we'll just do the quick turn checklist for now. Master warning knob can come out. Oxygen systems can come off. The engine gens can come off.
Number 72 Mike Echo, you can taxi to runway 29er, advisory for departure.
Pack number 2 off. Throttles to cutoff. Let's just verify all 4 go. And they do. The fasten seatbelts lights can come off. Pumps 1, 3, and 4. Screen and probe heats. Ice detection. Oh. The beacon light down here. We can pop over to the tablet, get the trucks. Yeah, it's just trucks set. Let's go ahead and start it. Yeah, we can go ahead and start a 10-minute deboarding. We'll pop up to the top. We can get so that the hydraulic pumps are already off, but what these two systems do, the AC and PTU, notice how we still have hydraulic pressure even though the engines stopped pumping hydraulic pressure a while ago, and now we've turned the pumps off anyway, but we still got pressure. Well, as soon as we turn those off, guess what happens? Yep, that's what these do. They're like emergency hydraulic cross-feed pumps in case you have hydraulic pump failures. These will keep pressure in there, and I always like demonstrating that because it's a neat demonstration, A, of what these do, and B, of the JustFlight's modeling of that system. Anyway, so down to the bottom we can go, and we'll go ahead and squawk 2000.
300, clear direct coach.
And into standby. Alright, let's do 2 things, friends. Let's check my fuel and ETA. I mean, yeah, my predictions. And your predictions. So we'll start with mine. I always try to make a prediction in terms of the flight time and fuel estimates. When I had said 11:05, we're about 9 minutes getting, 9 minutes early getting in. We should have 5,700 pounds left. I bet you we're very close to that. We started 300 over. We were 300 over at the interim. I bet you we're probably 800 or 900. We actually took a pretty Oh, I don't know. We didn't take it that direct. You know, the New York, the Pucky 1 kind of has you loop over the airport and then back, just because that's how their airspace works. So yeah, I'll say we're 6,200. That's my guess. 6,900. Okay, well we wound up with more extra fuel at the end than I anticipated. Even 69.14. So we wound up with 1,100 pounds, even though we had 300 pounds extra when we started the leg. So, yeah, maybe just, well, we know, I tell you what, we were making 530 across the ground instead of the usual 470 to 480. So, must have had a pretty good tailwind pushing us, and that probably accounts for the time and the fuel that we saved. So, there you go. But that's okay. 1,100 pounds, that's well within my, tolerances. Let's see how you guys did with your predictions.
54 Quebec, fly heading 130, just going to maintain 2,000.
Fly heading 130.
Overall, I was very pleased with this. Very pleased with this landing. A 92 out of 100 is what it scored it out. 168 was what it registered. However, I felt that it was much nicer than that, and I don't think I overflared it this time. Pitch 4.4. Okay, a little higher than I wanted it to be. G-force 1.2. I don't know. I felt like it was smoother than that. But overall, I was pretty happy. We were, much closer to touchdown zone than we were the first time. The first time we were very, very floaty. And this time we did not have any kind of major surge where we overflared and began rising again. So as we got down here, I know we were correcting center line. And that came back just as we were touching down. So, yeah, so it was negative until here. And then at this point where it goes positive is after our touchdown. So, and there was a little bit of an upslope there, so that's probably what it was registering. And maybe because of that upslope, we got a little bit of a hit on the G-force there. But in terms of overall execution, and we went from, we went from pretty neutral pitch there, and then over the threshold, we were, 2.5 degrees. And then once we touched down, we were 3.5 degrees, and then it came up to 4 degrees. So maybe I just need to, once I get over the threshold, and it's 2.5 degrees pitch, maybe I just need to leave it that way. Maybe I need to not even pitch it up anymore. So, yeah, but much better on the second than the first. That's the upshot. So the score was 92. The descent rate was 168. Let's see who had. Yeah, no collapsed vertebrae, then it's butter. 168 was the number that registered. So where were your guesses in terms of that? We had guesses of 99, 120, 175. We had two guesses back to back of 80, which was fine. I'm not opposed to awarding 2 tickets if 2 people win. That's fine. 150. We have 150 and 175. I'm going to have to do the math on that one. 132, 143. So 150 would be 18 away. 175 is closer. Yeah, 175 is what, 8 away? So yeah, ELW gets it. Unless I'm missing one. Looks like 175. The winning number again, 168. Winning number 168. So that looks like it's ELW with the 175, guys. If you see one that's closer, definitely give me a shout. But right now, I'm writing down ELW 124 at KJFK on 5, whatever today is, 8.
Virgin 4 Charlie Heavy, winds 1405, 31 left, clear for takeoff.
So yell at me if I've got it wrong, guys, but I think it's ELWs. All right. Well, successful second trip. A successful night overall, actually. Didn't do it perfectly. I missed a switch or two here or there. But overall execution was pretty good, and air traffic control services all the entire way, and of course all of them were fantastic. Not the least of which was our friend here in the stream, Tim Dog, who was our ground controller at Columbus. But all of the air traffic control providers that we encountered this evening were top notch, and had a really nice trip all the way in. And fortunately, I guess we chose wisely in terms of the event airports. Cleveland Hopkins got the brunt of the traffic, but Dayton, Akron, and Columbus were all featured as well, and they had a bunch of stuff that was staffed up in addition to all that stuff. So, yeah, great amount of staffing from Cleveland. They really knocked it out of the park in terms of staffing this evening. Yeah, so we chose wisely in terms of an airport that was, as Tim Dog said earlier, was steady but not insane. So, yeah, very cool, guys. Glad you could ride along with it, with us for it. Let's go back to the flow list and finish up the shutdown here, and then we'll figure out who we're going to send a raid over to close the stream.
Charlie Heavy, New York radar contacts, the altitude passing.
Nav off, DME off, nav off.
It's not about Great Britain, it's about Great Butter.
Oh my goodness, Sky Command is here. Says, if you see to my left, we have slanted flying something from the ancient Egyptian times. I've gone modern, Sky Command. I've gone 1980s on you. We were talking earlier about how the channel's still called Slant Alpha Adventures, and I so rarely actually fly Slant Alpha anymore. But no, thanks for popping in, man. Guys, go check out Sky Command's channel if you get a chance as well. Let's finish up the shutdown, and then let's just GTFO, shall we, friends? Down at the center panel, we can shut off COM 1, we can shut off COM 2, ADF 1, ADF 2, FMC entry point 1, FMC entry point 2. And let's see what else we got. Let's jump down the bottom. Yaw damper. Brake temps. Brakes are still cooling, but we'll go ahead and shut the monitor off. Everything looks fine there. Up top, we can shut off the 5 masters there. We can shut off the spoilers. We can shut off anti-skid. Brake fans off. Logo lights. Cabin emergency lights. And the no smoking lights. Let's hop down the bottom. Galley switch will go back to shed. Pack 1 off. APU air off. APU itself off. The last fuel pump can come off. The center tank transfer can be shut. No, not that. That's there. APU gen. Where's APU gen switch? There we are. Flight deck emergency lights. The bus ties and standby inverter and generator. Nav lights. And battery switches. There we are. We are done, friends. Let's go ahead and close up the cargo and the passenger door. Of course, we would close up the passenger door after we left the airplane. Wheel chocks will go ahead and leave on. And that is it. We're outside. Yeah, no, we had to park inside of a static aircraft to get any gate. All of a sudden, every gate over here was occupied by static aircraft. I've just not figured out how to get rid of those guys. So I don't know, but it's okay. It doesn't really bother me as long as I can check on VATSIM radar, and we can kind of make sure that I'm not actually taxiing into somebody. It doesn't bother me that much. It's kind of nice to see a populated airport, even when it isn't populated on VATSIM. So I guess I've kind of just gotten used to it. But every now and then, it just means we need to grab a gate that, some in unpopulated Vozo is sitting at. So there you go. This is how baby planes are made, by the way. This is how citations are made. All right, friends. Well, thank you again for riding along with us. Do truly appreciate it. Thank you very kindly for the staffing that we got for the Things to Do in Ohio Friday Night Ops events, and of course our slant artwork adventure as well. Had us, me and the furry co-pilots, doing some things that you can do in Ohio, which is of course head up to Cedar Point and ride the roller coaster with Brutus the Buckeye tagging along with us. So there you go. We'll use that as our thumbnail as we upload the video to YouTube later on. Guys, our normal show schedule Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time. And we are on our normal schedule next week, so we shall see you on Monday. We will be back into the A2A Simulations Comanche. We are going to pick up the last, second to last chunk of airports that remain to us on the Atlanta ARTCC's Pilot Passport Challenge. If we go to ztlartcc.org, they've got a tab called Pilot Passport Challenge, and we can log in. It's going to figure out, yeah, okay, it knows who I am. So you enroll in these challenges, and then every time you visit one of these airports on VATSIM, it automatically stamps that. We've completed the airline captain one, so we got a nice little, if we go under achievements, we've got the airline captain one that we finished a little bit ago. We are almost done with the corporate pilot one. I think we got one more, literally one more, which is this one of the ones we're going to do on Monday? It is. So yeah, we'll finish up the corporate one on Monday. We'll knock out a few more of the Bug Smasher ones, and then we'll come back one final time and we'll pick up the last remaining Bug Smasher ones later, maybe in June, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8 is the eighth. The eighth one is the one over on the corporate pilot. But each time you visit this one of these on VATSIM, it automatically stamps your passport, and then as you saw, you get that nice achievement once you finish them. So we'll finish up the corporate one. We'll have a couple more to knock out on the Bug Smasher one, and then we'll finish that one up in June. But that'll be in the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. That'll be our stream on Monday. We are on our normal schedule all next week, so Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you want to see the full show schedule, it's over on our Discord server. It's also underneath our About tab. The About tab's got it out for about 3 weeks, I think. And then the Discord server's actually got our schedule all the way out through June. We do occasionally switch up the days that we're on if there's a special VATSIM event we want to be in, or sometimes if we've got personal or work obligations. So double check that schedule to make sure that we're on the night you think we're on. But then also you'll see what we're going to be up to on any given night as well. That normally includes a mix of general aviation, bizjet, and airliner flying, and then some VATSIM air traffic control on the stream as well. So a good variety of stuff. We focus more on the vintage than on the modern, but a little bit of both there. Alright, let's see who we're going to send the raid over to. On Friday nights, we often send it to our friend Sim Caesar, who is kind of doing a nice virtual train sim to kind of wind down from the madness of a Friday Night Ops event. But it looks like our friend Stu222 is still working in the center post-event. So let's go ahead. I'm not sure how much longer he's going to be on, but he tends to stick around. So we'll go ahead and give him the raid tonight. Yeah, Ruby. Okay, so Sim Caesar is doing train sim. He normally does that on Friday nights, late night. But we're going to go ahead and send the raid over to Stu, who's working Indy Center. So if you haven't seen us work VATSIM air traffic control on this channel, you can kind of pop in and see that on his channel. All right, well, that'll do it, friends. We will, hang on, I'm sorry, distracted by something that's happening off screen right now. Alright, I think we got the raid, yeah, we got the raid triggered for Stu, so, make sure you tell him that Slant Alpha sends this love, and then we will, talk to you guys again soon on Monday. Have a great, rest of your Friday, have a great weekend, and then we'll see you back in, the Atlanta Air TCC, the airspace in that A2A Simulations Comanche, starting on Monday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time. Between now and then, friends, take care, cheers, be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures, and we'll talk to you soon.